He's coming up. Muhammad Ali is putting on his act. That's his act. Let me at him. Let me at him. You can see nothing changes. Not with Muhammad Ali. Joe is just looking over at him and grinning. Crowd boos Joe and cheers Joe. And Joe does his thing his way. Muhammad does his thing his way. The scene speaks for itself, and it's as if Floyd Patterson were no longer here. The act by Ali could be better than the fight that we're watching. And the crowd loves it. This is the place and the very same ring where Ali and Frazier came to grips, where Frazier won the decision, but took such terrible punishment. And there's Floyd. That's Angelo Dundee putting the mouthpiece into Ali's mouth. Angie Dundee, perhaps the shrewdest man in all of boxing, and how to train a fighter, prepare a fighter.
Identify them readily. Both men have on the same colored trunks. Therefore, we're going to ask one of them to make a change.
Well, you heard the public address announcer. Each fighter has on the same pair of trunks, and Ali refused to change his, so Floyd would have to change his.
Both fighters, both of these men believe that they of themselves and their talents is sufficient to identify them.
The trunks will not be changed, and we don't need him changed. Ali is wearing white shoes, and Patterson is wearing black shoes. So it's a lot of ado about nothing. Patterson has a motivation. After Ali tortured him in November of '65 in Las Vegas, Ali said on television that he carried Patterson. Patterson, who fought that night with a sacroiliac condition, his trainer then, Al Silvani, had to keep stretching his back between rounds. It was a terrible sight to see. Patterson, who's a prideful man, insists that nobody ever carried him, and he wants to prove something to Ali tonight.
Now come out boxing.
The bell for round one. Ali in the white shoes, Patterson in the black shoes. The two fighters dancing, Patterson in the old familiar peekaboo style. In his early years, it was effective. In his later years, it was ineffective. Everybody getting to him, nearly everybody knocking him down, even fighters like Pete Rademacher and Tom McNeely. First round action, Ali dancing, circling mainly to the left, as is always his wont. How much Patterson has come back, we'll have to wait and see. There was a time when Floyd was as punishing a puncher as you could want to see. Nobody ever hit a man harder than Patterson hit Ingemar Johansson in the 5th round on June 20, 1960 in the old Polo Grounds. A left hook that caused Ingemar to lie there prostrate, blood coming out of the mouth from the capillary vessels, the right leg twitching. Remember the scene. But that was Patterson many years ago. Ali trying to get the left in there. Patterson caught that quick left on his gloves. That left got to Patterson's head. We've got less than a minute and a half left in round one. The two fighters dancing, the crowd saying, come on, fight. Ali with a nearly 30-pound weight edge, 29.5 pounds to be exact. One minute left in round one. Sparse action. Crowd yelled as Patterson threw a left that Ali calmly picked off on his right glove. Patterson leading with the left. 30 seconds left in round one. And Ali doing nothing in this round. Nothing whatsoever. Patterson at least throwing some punches. We're close to the end of round one. The seconds ticking out. And one has to wonder what Ali's purpose is. The bell for round two. Patterson, the black shoes. Ali, the white shoes. Let's see if Ali begins to fight it off. Ali's put in two lefts since this round started. That long, quick left that scored so mightily against every man he's fought, even Frazier. That left of Ali's got in there again, beating Patterson to the punch. He's got a big weight advantage, a big reach advantage. A wild Patterson swing, as in the old days at the Eastern Parkway Arena. Smacking of amateurism. Can't do that. Floyd always got into that leap. We've gone past a minute in round two. Threw a left to the midsection, and Ali pretended that it was below the belt and put on a little smile. Minute 30 gone in round two. In all the pre-fight build-up, Ali took great pains to be nice to Patterson, call him his friend, take him up to his training camp. He even lets Floyd call him Clay. Crowd yelled, but Patterson did not land the punch. Tried a right lead and a left, neither punch landed. Meanwhile, Ali has scored with his left in this round, but not heavily. Still seems to be just playing. You never can tell what Ali's doing. I've been around him for so many years now, and I never know. 30 seconds left in round two. Floyd got that right in. Just over Ali's kidneys. 10 seconds left in the second round. I just asked Angie Dundee what's going on. He said, you got all the action, Howard, whatever that means. Certainly Muhammad's not providing it up to this point. What's going on, Angie?
These were just two feel-out rounds. and he's picking his guys apart. He's seeing what the guy's going to do. He's seeing the guy's combination under and over. And he's going to pick them apart with those combinations of his own.
That's Angelo Dundee talking. We deliberately put him on. Muhammad's trainer giving you what Muhammad was doing as he sees it. Oh, how the crowd is rooting for Patterson. But in fact, Floyd is fighting, I'll say that. He's trying. We're 1 minute into round 3. Ali had been scoring steadily. You heard Dundee explain it. One thing Patterson is not, and that's afraid. Less than a minute and a half to go in the 3rd round. Patterson trying to force the action. Patterson with the crowd behind him. Patterson risking the Ali left. 1 minute to go in round 3. Angie Dundee has a mic.
Here he goes. Here he goes. Here he goes. Come on. That's it. That's it. Go. Go.
Don't let him get away.
Come out of there.
Don't let him get away.
Come out of there.
Don't let him get away.
Oh, if you don't cut that out, I'll suspend you. How do you tell you how to do nothing? I'll suspend you. Now you continue what I'll do.
Only 20 seconds to go now in round 3. You see those punches of Floyd's do not get in. They're blocked by Ali's arms and gloves, though they excite the crowd that's at a distance from the ring. The end of round 3. Start of round 4. Floyd Patterson, the only man ever to have recaptured the heavyweight title. You remember the 3-bout series with Ingemar Johansson. Nearly 38 years of age now. He first won the title back on November 30th, 1956 in Chicago against Archie Moore. There's Muhammad with more tricks. His hands down in front of his stomach, challenging Patterson. You see that. Putting on some kind of game. He put on a game against Frazier in the Garden, and it cost him heavily. All Ali is doing here is getting the crowd more and more with Patterson. Let me see what Angelo Dundee has to say about this. Angie, what is Ali trying to do there? Why all the tricks in the games?
Well, you're just watching artistry, Howard, and you can't appreciate it.
That's a cop-out, Angie, if I ever heard one. And Dundee grins. He's not happy with what's happening. We've got 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the 4th round. See the way Ali puts the left in when he wants? See that? Now Ali has a bandage loose, as happened in the Quarry fight. Arthur McCanny, the referee, will be watching that bandage to see if it's in the way or doing any damage. Ali is scoring repeatedly with jabs now. The crowd yelling, but Patterson only hitting Ali's gloves. There's McCanny taking off the bandage. We've got 35 seconds left in round 4. And a quick reminder, Monday Night Football picks up again on Monday night with the Kansas City Chiefs against the New Orleans Saints. And the Chiefs got to be a hungry ball club, a preseason favorite for the Super Bowl. They were beaten by a brilliant Miami team in their opening game last Sunday. They'll be out to make amends against a young New Orleans team with Archie Manning. This round is almost over. Floyd did connect there, and the crowd loves it. The end of round 4. Ali. Now they're telling him to get in there and fight. On 2 occasions, we've brought you Angelo Dundee. First time, he was explaining Ali's strategy in that round. The next time, well, let's look in slow-mo right here at some of the action in round 4. The right and the left both missed. The right was over the head. That right is the one that connected. It did not hurt Ali, but it was Patterson trying to force the action. Earlier in the round, Ali did all the damage with jabs. Ali's corner has had enough. The problem is they have no control over the fighter. They want him to fight. He's come out more aggressively this round. Patterson back with an attempted left. See, those blows connected. Not because Ali threw them, but because they connected. That right of Patterson. Patterson connected again. Patterson is really up for this fight. We're a minute into round 5. Patterson quick to take advantage of Ali there. And now it's no fluke. Patterson's making a good fight of this fight. If Ali's been playing around, he's in a position to be sorry. He seems listless. He hasn't used the ring. He has not been using his combinations effectively. And Patterson is absolutely unafraid. And Patterson is a man 37 going on 38, 30 pounds lighter. So give Floyd credit. We have just about a minute left for the bell in round 5. And Patterson is making this crowd very happy. I am not saying he is winning this fight, but he is performing well. We've got a half-minute left. We've got a vocal fan behind us who's one of the Ali haters. And he just said, oh, what I'd give to see Floyd win this fight. And the whole crowd seems to feel that way. One of the most popular men, I think, in the whole history of American sport, Floyd Patterson. The end of the 5th round. White shoes, Floyd Patterson the black. Ali was hurt. Patterson was hurt. Patterson was hurt right at the start of round 6. He pushed his head. He was ready to go down. A quick left did it. Now Ali wants to punish him. You see it? They are right above it. Ali is after him. Now let's see if Floyd can get away. Floyd is fighting gamely. Patterson's left eye is swollen. Patterson is in trouble. His left eye is closing fast. He's swinging wildly with his own left, but missed. Coming after Ali, gainless. This crowd belongs to Floyd Patterson. His left eye is red. It is fiery red, but he is dead game. He is cut. Ali, for that brief first 40 seconds of this, the 6th round, his face tightened up. There showed a trace of absolute grimness about it, and he went after Floyd. Now Bundini is saying, don't stop, champ. Patterson was hurt again. Oh, Patterson's left eye is bleeding. The inside corner, just above it, can cause, when it's in that position, can cause the flow of blood to go into the eye and cause, of course, troubled sight at the very least. Floyd trying with a right lead. Ali in control, being careful, however. Little more than a minute left in the 6th round. That upper lid, I agree with what Dr. Ferdy Pacheco just said. The upper lid of Patterson's left eye, causing the blood to flow into the eye. Doctors will have to take a look at that. Crowd yelled as Floyd got in a right, fighting desperately, courageously. Oh, a right uppercut by Ali. Oh, he's punishing him now. Mercani is watching this closely. Floyd, who's gone down so many times, refuses to go down before Ali. Floyd Patterson has not gone down, and he's been the most knockdown champion in history. Target practice by Ali is not connecting. He missed a lot of blows. He is not sharp, although he is punishing Patterson terribly in this round. The end of round 6. Let's go over to Floyd Patterson's corner, to this game man, 37 going on 38, to the man who's supposed to be so easily knocked down. Let's try and get a look at that eye. No mistake about it. Ali wanted to put Floyd away that round. He did not. He could not. He did not put him down. Ali still may have the cutting texture to his blows, but one must question as we look at him if he can still produce the power that once he had. Never a killing knockout puncher, he nevertheless floored his people. He had Patterson game but helpless. Look at that left eye of Floyd Patterson's. It's almost completely shut. He's fighting half blind. 17,378 people here tonight. A gate of over $500,000. We're in round 7. No knockdown. A slip. See how quickly Arthur McCanny was in there. The test of a referee. Position, command of the fighters, and quickness. Poor Floyd, swinging wildly with his right. Oh. Now he's punishing Floyd. Oh, that left right on that damaged eye. A warning from McCanny to both fighters. Now Ali is just using that left as he did against Jerry Quarry. The one fight in his comeback since Frazier where Ali really looked good against Jerry Quarry. Minute 45 seconds left in the 7th round.
Knock him out. He says fight with one counter. Get him out of here. He says fight with one counter. Get him out of here.
less than a minute and a half left. Floyd fighting with one eye now. That left flicking in like a snake's tongue. That left of Ali's. Patterson just swinging wildly. But still, Ali has not knocked Patterson down. A minute left in the 7th round. Ali's corner, imploring Ali to knock him out. A right lead by Floyd. Got in there, but not strongly. That right got to Patterson's eye. That left by Floyd. What used to be his best punch, the left hook got in there. The left to Ali's nose. And Patterson fights on. Less than a half. Oh, now, the minute Patterson lands a blow, Ali punishes him. You don't like to see it. You really don't. That eye is bleeding again, badly. The doctors are going to have to look at that eye. Look at that left get in against it. It's just a mass of blood. The round is almost over. Round 7. The end of round 7. The doctor's going into the ring now. They've got to look at that eye. They've got to. Let's face it, boxing to begin with is a naked, brutal sport. There's no need to exceed rational punishment. The doctor is now consulting with Arthur McCanny, the referee. Going to let him come out? Are they going to? No, they're stopping the fight. They're stopping it for the protection of the lad himself. I'll be going up into the ring to have a talk with the winner, Muhammad Ali, and hopefully with the loser, Floyd Patterson. And now first we're going to talk with the former 2-time heavyweight champion of the world, the loser tonight, Floyd Patterson. What does this mean now, Floyd, after all the years? Does it mean finally retirement?
Well, you heard him say that he would give me a return match, so I hope he lives up to it. I can fight him again in 60 or 90 days if anyone will buy the fight, you know. You have to find a promoter that will buy it. The way the fight went tonight, I don't know whether anyone would be interested, but I would like to fight him again just one more time. Last time it was my back, this time it was my cut eye.
Do you feel that he's gone back a great deal?
No, I think I've come forward a great deal.
At age 37.
I'll be better next year.
Floyd, it's been a lot of years. I'm sorry, and good luck to you. But I hope you reconsider your decision.
Thank you, Howard.
Floyd Patterson. And in a moment, we'll be talking with Muhammad Ali. Muhammad, what went on in the first couple of rounds? Were you playing around?
Well, I thought I would take my time, and you might say, please fill him out. Maybe if I lost a round or two, I didn't worry. But I tried to pick it up. He got strong. His timing was good. His body punches, his quick combination, surprising. Being 36, 37 years old, I figured it'd be a cinch in 4 or 5 rounds. It was just a promotion, and that was all. But it got serious at the beginning of 6 because I had lost about 4 rounds, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, he says that he wants a rematch in 60 to 90 days. Are you going to give him that?
Right here in the garden. I have to fight one more time in Johannesburg, South Africa, of all places. And after that, I'd like to come back and give him a shot. I think he deserves it. He's a good fighter. He's done so much for the game. He's a miracle that he's in the shape he's in. A man at that age and working so hard, I think he deserves another shot. Since he got a bad break, he wasn't knocked out. He wasn't really hurt. His eye was just closed.
Did he ever hurt you?
Twice with a hard left hook a right punch and a body punch of all.
I know you're very tired, and I don't want to hold you. One last question. He's been knocked down so many times, and yet you couldn't knock him down when you had him helpless. Is there nothing left of your punch?
Probably right. Probably I don't have too much punch now. I only have just enough punch to win, to come out unscratched, and always good enough to close his eye or daze him, just enough to win. Sometime I knock him out, and sometime I don't.
Well, what about Joe Frazier? Do you have enough for him then?
I have enough to whip him worse than I did last time. The shape I was in tonight wasn't nothing like I'd be for Joe Frazier.
Mm-hmm. All right, one last thing. We're going to show action in round 6.
Now I'm only taking my time, filling him out, and when I get him, I try to keep him going. But he was good, as you see.
You've got to respect his gameness.
Right, he kept moving. I'm glad that all the critics said what they said about him, because he proved all of them wrong.
All right, Muhammad, you're dead tired. You're just dead tired. I want to thank you for spending this amount of time.
Dead tired. Why do you have to make those cracks? But I'm dead tired. You fella, I wish you was a fighter. I'll straighten you out.
So long. Excuse me 1 second. Thank you. Thank you. And as I try to get into the picture here, that's the story from ringside. The fight stopped because of the left slit over Patterson's left eye, the deep slit, the copious flow of blood, the eye shut, Patterson half blinded, and quite properly, I think the action was stabbed. This is Howard Cosell at ringside.
Champion continuing his comeback from a broken neck. Told by doctors he would never again walk normally, much less fight. Pazienza willed his way back into the ring. That amazing display of courage and character would be tested against a fighter he disdained, Roberto Duran. That night, two of boxing's greatest stories, two of boxing's fiercest warriors met in the center of the ring. Tonight, at 33 years of age, Haugen, he has hopes of recapturing the title. Lopez fights one way, coming forward. He's a warrior with great courage. 31 knockouts in his 44 wins. He's called Tony the Tiger, and he knows he's in store for a rumble in the jungle against Haugen.
I just think I'm a better fighter. I mean, I think that I'm smarter. I counter better. I'm a good counter puncher.
Last crown that Haugen owned was at 140. The rules here in Nevada.
He's boxing to my left, out of the blue corner. This man wearing the black trunks with a white trim weighed in knockouts. Former three-time world champion and now currently ranked number 13 in the world by the World Boxing Council. Pro career, 44 wins, 4 defeats, 1 draw. 31 of those 44 wins coming by knockout. Former three-time world champion and now currently ranked number 5 in the world.
Instructions in the dressing room. I'll caution you again. Obey my commands at all times. Shake hands. Good luck.
Lost to Chavez to prove himself and prove that he has some good paydays left. Straight ahead, he looks ahead. Those are the 5 losses. Here's a guy who was beaten Vinny Pazienza and Jimmy Paul and Boom Boom Mancini and dealt Macho Camacho his first defeat. And he stares into the eyes of Tony Lopez, who has won 44 fights, has fought in 13 world titles, and a man that Haugen sparred with to get Lopez ready for his 3rd John Molina fight when he regained one of his world titles. So Haugen feels he knows the strengths and weaknesses of Lopez.
That's back in May of '90. He said, Haugen said, I handled Tony Lopez. Haugen, no stranger to confidence. He says, this fight I will show that I am back. He said that Tony's coming up to my weight. I'll be stronger, but I must teach Tony Lopez who the boss is in the very first round.
Both straight-ahead fighters. Lopez also at the other end of the sparring sessions and has to know the strengths and weaknesses of Greg Haugen.
Well, and he says, you think about Greg Haugen. What does he do? He comes right into you and starts brawling. He says, I know I won't have to look for him. I will not have to find him.
Both of these fighters known for wearing down their opponents. So this certainly could be a war of attrition and is scheduled for 10 rounds. It's funny, that Haugen got all over Tony Lopez for his last couple of opponents. Lopez coming off the win and loss to Dingan Tabella for his last title, the lightweight crown, and has fought 2 times since against essentially unknown opponents. But meanwhile, Haugen, coming off his Tevez fight, has fought one guy who was 8-7, another guy who's 5-8, and went to the 8th and the 6th rounds in those before he was able to stop it. But Haugen is getting his life in order after the messy divorce. He says all his headaches are aside. He has full custody of his 3 children. Says he's having fun again, enjoying boxing one more time, and that this is certainly one of the big nights of his career. To come back and to come back against a Tony Lopez, Haugen feels he may be able to put himself back in the picture.
Yeah, Greg Haugen, no stranger to taking fights with big top competition. Jimmy Paul, Cornell Whitaker, Vinny Pazienza, Camacho, Julio Cesar Chavez.
Well, he won his first 20 fights and is a relative unknown. Steps in the ring and knocked off then champion 26-1 Jimmy Paul for his first title. Oh, by Haugen at the end of the round. Round number 2. Tony Lopez in the red, white, and blue. Greg Haugen in the black with the white trim. And Tony Lopez happy about getting his jab going in the first round. He's now being handled by his brother, Sal Lopez Jr. And Tony feels he's boxing a little better. His defense is better. Side-to-side stepping, kind of getting out of the way. And so happy about it, the way he got his jab going in the first round, although Haugen ended the first round with a big right hand.
Ended the round with that right hand, but in the corner of Lopez, Tom Fazette, Tony Lopez saying, you're too straight up. Get him going backward. Use your jab. Force him back. That is a difficult thing to do with Greg Haugen. You meet him head-to-head, he normally will stay in there and take you out of your fight plan.
Lopez is he's had a couple of fights at the junior welterweight level. They're both at 142, and for Lopez said, what a relief. He doesn't have to kill himself to make weight anymore. He doesn't have to walk around like a zombie. He's been struggling to make weight for 2 years. Bring him up, says Richard Steele. And he really... Lopez rocks Haugen here in the second. And Haugen is holding on for dear life, holding on with both arms.
Holding on for his boxing life. Very nice right hand by Lopez. They were asking for that too. They want him to use the jab and then bring the right hand in. Now, when you stick a right hand out there, you test your opponent. He takes your punch and wobbles a little bit. Then all you have to do is put a little bit more force behind it. You know you can hit him. Now Tony Lopez is in control, and he doesn't have Haugen rushing in like he was in the earlier part of this round. Now you can back up a Greg Haugen because he's on his heels if he's hurt.
Tony Lopez likes to get to the inside, but these two fighters know each other very well, showing respect in the first couple of rounds. Haugen, keep in mind, in his last couple of victories, last couple of fights, did cut. So Lopez actually going upstairs a little more than you might imagine these first couple of rounds.
And he's effective upstairs. But so is Haugen. Haugen with that good right hand at the end of the first. One thing that Haugen does that's extremely dangerous, he got caught with the right hand. He carries the left hand still low.
Closing 10 seconds of the second round. Oh, the uppercut shakes Haugen at the bell. Third round action. Tony Lopez ends the second round on a big uppercut. Greg Haugen had ended the first round with a big right hand.
Yeah, an extremely important round for Tony Lopez because after the first round, he got nailed with that right hand. put Haugen back into a little bit of a shell. He tried to do that in the second round. Now, with Haugen running in at the way that he does, it helps Tony Lopez. They want Lopez to back up Haugen. Yes, it's hard to do, but Haugen will take your punches. He will run into them.
Fighters exchanging jabs. Lopez now looking to find some room inside. Lopez, who won his first title back in July of 1988 when he beat Rocky Lockridge for the IBF junior lightweight crown. He would reel off 3 defenses before losing to John Molina. Then would regain that junior lightweight crown by defeating Molina. And once again defending a few times before losing to Brian Mitchell. And then he went up a weight class in the lightweight division into the backyard of Joey Gamach, losing on 2 cards when he stopped Gamach in the 11th round in Maine. And then defended against Dingon Tobella in a very close disputed decision, then went to Tobella's home of South Africa and lost a close decision.
1 year ago today, 93. He lost Tobella.
And now Lopez fighting as junior, was actually above the junior welterweight limit. Haugen comes back upstairs. No, says Tony the Tiger.
Again, goes Haugen. Yeah, they knew this one would turn into a brawl.
Inside a minute to go in the third.
Tony Lopez finally finding his range with that right hand, but it was also Haugen who found the range with his right hand.
These 2 former world champions setting the stage for a possible thrilling brawl. 30 seconds to go in the third round. They are just warming up.
Good right hand by Haugen. Haugen now using that right hand. Remember, he stunned Lopez in the first round with the right, using it well here in the third.
10 seconds to go. Each round so far has ended with a big shot. They both try for it.
Kept Greg Haugen backing up. The right hand and the left hook. Watch. Boom, boom. Very nice work.
And we move now into the 6th round. Coming out firing is Tony Lopez.
Yeah, with a fighter like Haugen, who is tough and strong and durable, he's going to be right after you. You have to, at the first of the round, you have to hit him hard and slow him down. Try to show him what the round's going to consist of. And then at the end of the round, you have to hit him. The middle of the round is not as important as the first round. You know, one thing he tried to do in that first round is establish the control throughout this fight. Lopez has had to take the control back, and really it has been back and forth. Look, the second round was a good round for Lopez, but then Haugen came back the third and fourth, and Tony had to come back in that fifth. Good uppercut.
Haugen trying to erase the nightmare of the fight against Julio Cesar Chavez in February of last year. Out of 136,000 in Mexico City, he's going through his real difficult times with the divorce. He said that he just was not there. That lazy jab, Chavez threw the right over the jab, and he said the first punch by Chavez took his legs away. And that fight, Haugen down several times, taken out in the fifth, and really beaten up in that fight. Fight in which most felt that was the end of the career for Haugen. That's what he's trying to prove to people tonight, that he is not washed up. And he's taking on another former world champion, Tony Lopez, to try to prove that fact. Lopez coming away. Lopez may have taken on Greg Haugen because he felt that he was washed up.
Sure. Nobody fights anybody because they think they'll lose or they can have a tough fight.
Lopez coming on.
Mouthpiece almost comes out.
Haugen goes down. to save the mouthpiece. And that may be the best thing to happen for him. He gets a breather.
Nice rally. Yeah, time, says Richard Steele.
And he even gets some more time.
Just what Haugen needs. Some extra time here. Tony Lopez turned the speed, the tempo of this fight up right when he felt it was time to. And the time is now. Watch him jump right on him. Going to try to end this fight now. Greg Haugen doing everything to survive.
Closing seconds. Haugen to survive the sixth. Well, additional time left in the sixth.
I got it. You okay now? Yeah, let's go.
Well, Greg Haugen says he feels good. Didn't say he felt great.
Oh, when you get hurt and knocked out, you feel good. It's like you're floating on air. Here it is. The combination, turning the tempo up, is Tony Lopez. He sensed that Greg Haugen had slowed down, and now it's time for Tony to pick it up. Tony the Tiger comes out of his shell and puts Greg Haugen down on the canvas. The right hand
comes out to start the seventh round, and he wants to take it to Haugen off the initial bell.
Time, the mouthpiece once again comes out. Greg Haugen has become tired, and because of that, he is breathing through his mouth. See how flat his nose is? You can't breathe through your nose like that. Mine is like that. You cannot breathe through your nose, so you got to breathe through your mouth. When you do, the mouthpiece just comes out.
And now Haugen is wobbling. Tony Lopez putting it together, overwhelming Haugen in the sixth, and now here in the seventh.
Sensing that the end is near, Tony Lopez right on him, the right hand again. You know, when fighters get hit, they get knocked out. Even they get knocked down, sometimes knocked out. The sweet spot on their chin seems to grow. The sweet spot puts him out, and that's what Tony Lopez took 6 rounds to find.
And it has been an abundance of punches by Tony Lopez. And he is now in full control. 2 minutes left here in the seventh. And Greg Haugen wondering how he's going to be able to get out of this one alive.
And how he's going to resurrect his career. You know, this was a proving fight for him. But I think he's still going to have some questions.
By alive, I mean his boxing career. Halfway through now, the seventh round. Haugen continues to plod forward, knowing he will have Tony Lopez in his face.
Plod forward, but plod forward without throwing punches, and plod forward with tying up, trying to buy some time. When you get hit and knocked down like he did the last round, it takes all the wind out of you, all the steam out of you. It takes all the energy to get up. And he's getting hit in the body too.
Well, Lopez has taken the starch out of Haugen the last couple of rounds. 2 fighters who have combined to fight 20 world title fights. Greg Haugen, whose career came out of the tough man contests when he was a sheet metal molder in the state of Washington and in Alaska, fighting in roadhouses in those 2 states. And that was essentially his amateur career. Down to 30 seconds left in the seventh. Haugen now just trying to get through this round. Try to find a second win in the closing rounds.
Good right hand again. Tony Lopez.
Nothing on the shots of Haugen.
He says his best punch is that right cross. I think Greg would agree.
Oh, and now Haugen upstairs.
Haugen coming back, and again, at the end of this round, notice how Haugen tries to score right at the end. He tries to steal the round. In his 7th round, he came out right at the first. Jumped right on top of Greg Haugen to see Greg, thinking Greg
come out quickly again here in the 8th. Yes, with a big right hand.
And they told Haugen between rounds, they said, he's coming right after you. Just stand up and start throwing punches. He's going to walk right into everything you throw.
And Haugen getting the encouragement in his corner in between rounds, saying you're coming back.
Yeah, Tony Lopez is doing something that he's trying to learn in this fight. He is trying to use a little bit more movement in this without standing and getting hit with everything that's thrown. Greg Haugen is just tough. He didn't care about moving. All he cares about is punching his opponent. They want 3-punch combinations from Tony Lopez.
Right hand by Haugen, and there is a swelling around that left eye of Lopez.
Greg Haugen is effective when he throws the combination. He throws the jab, which sets up the right hand. Also, when he throws that jab, Tony Lopez tries to wipe that jab down with his left hand. Leaves him open. So the left hand back down by Lopez's waist. But the heavier punches, no doubt, Tony the Tiger.
Haugen, who surprised Jimmy Paul, then the IBF lightweight champion, back in 1886 to win the title, and then lost in a controversial one-point decision to Vinny Pazienza. Came back to regain the title from the Tasmanian Devil, had a couple of successes before he lost the lightweight crown to Pernell Whitaker. The WBO junior welterweight crown beat Camacho. First loss to Camacho. And there again is the mouthpiece. Is he breathing hard or conveniently looking for a stoppage?
He is breathing hard through his mouth, and when you do, you get hit on the chin, your mouthpiece comes out. Sometimes you even get hit in the body, and you expel air through your mouth, out comes the mouthpiece. Although I'm sure he was able to use the little time rest.
Certainly taking advantage of whatever was presented to him.
Oh, he's a veteran. He's not a new fighter.
Oh, and now blood coming from that left eye of Lopez. He has been cut.
Oh, boy. Oh, bad cut. Ugly place over the left eye. These two going together like this, there it is. The headbutt. Greg Haugen throws his head in. He keeps his head down nicely, but he throws his head in, and he just caught Tony Lopez in the face.
Well, has that been acknowledged by referee Richard Steele as an accidental headbutt? If it is, and the fight is stopped, it goes to the cards. If not, Haugen now trying to work on stopping this fight on a cut.
Well, they'll have some time to work on that cut. Happens, watch. Both of them moving forward. Crack! Right on the left eyebrow. Tony Lopez knows it. Greg Haugen knows it. And Richard Steele knows it.
And Richard Steele has indicated to us that it was an accidental headbutt. So if the fight happens to be stopped because of the cut, here in Nevada on an accidental butt, after 3 rounds, it goes to the card. So Tony Lopez, who seemingly is in front, might not be penalized for the fact that he was accidentally cut.
And he comes out fighting with a new vigor. Now in the corner of Tony Lopez, Miguel Diaz, old-time veteran trainer and good cut man. There is good combination from Lopez. Lopez knows he has to go to work. I have fought in the past where I've been cut, and I knew I had to go out and I had to do everything that I could to try to end it now without that cut causing me a loss.
Well, Haugen also was cut around his left eye. And I think the safest prediction going into this fight was that it would be a bloodletting, with these two brawlers going head-to-head, literally.
Face-to-face. Face-off.
And now it's just a question of whether the cut and the blood bothers Lopez enough to allow Haugen to slip in with a miracle shot.
Watch your hand.
Yeah, the blood is doing a favor to Lopez and beating down the side of his face, as opposed to right down over his eye.
Don't hold him, don't hold him.
Greg Haugen cut up too.
Punching it out, punching it out.
Combination by Lopez. Lethal punches from Lopez. What Haugen wants to do is he wants to tie up. He wants to let this fight go on and let that blood come down. Let that blood stream.
Haugen inside, going to work on the right eye on the cut. of Lopez.
But Tony Lopez knows he must throw punches.
And this
Lopez trying to end this fight.
This sends me back to what Haugen had to say before the fight. You know, we were friends before the fight. I hope we could be friends after. And you take a look at the faces of these two fighters, these two friends, pounding one another. These two friends, yes.
Here's my best friend, and here's something for you. Oh, there you get a good look at the cut.
They're now blood brothers.
Boy. Haugen trying to tie up, trying to hold on, let that blood come down. Time is on the side of Greg Haugen. Unless he keeps getting hit with punches like that, Lopez looking to end this now.
And they keep on brawling, exchanging here into the 9th round. 10 seconds to go, and we will go to a 10th and final round in a slugfest between Tony Lopez and Greg Haugen. Touching gloves, you're not going to see much of that between Duran and Pazienza. They just want to touch their gloves to their opposing faces. And here they go, 3 minutes of what should be non-stop as the fight is ended. Here is Lopez pounding away and slipping away. There's Haugen. Oh, the uppercut. Lopez wants to end it. Lopez, who was cut up and bloody in his 2 fights against Dingan Tobella. For the lightweight championship. Haugen, who's been cut up in his last couple of fights. Nearly 1 minute gone by in this final round. Lopez's corner wants him to throw some of the combinations, not just the one punch.
That'll work.
Here goes Haugen's mouthpiece again. Haugen wobbly. Richard Steele steps in. He calls a time. Now the mouthpiece rule here in Nevada is you can replace the mouthpiece if there's a break in the action. And Richard Steele, apparently just seeing the 2 fighters come apart, felt there was a break in the action. I don't think Lopez felt there was a break.
No. He was trying to break Haugen's jaw. Good right hand from Lopez again. The right hand is again.
Oh, there it goes again.
There goes the mouthpiece again.
Lopez doesn't want the break in the action here, so he keeps on slugging.
That's all.
And it is stopped. Richard Steele steps in, and he does break up the action and stops the fight. And a wobbly Greg Haugen trying to find his way to the corner. A bloody Tony Lopez comes up with a 10th round TKO.
Are they friends now, though? Here's a look at it. Tony Lopez had knocked the mouthpiece out once earlier this round, and he does it here again. Watch a couple uppercuts, and then the overhand right. Back, and there goes the mouthpiece again. Greg Haugen trying to catch his breath. And Tony Lopez scores. Richard Steele is very close. Richard Steele lets Haugen catch his breath.
Referee Richard Steele calls a halt to this contest. About 1 step away from a coveted world title bout. He's Tony the Tiger Lopez.
Has to sit down and think about whether this was the last fight of this former champion's career. And at the age of 31, Tony Lopez now. As Budweiser, the king of beers, presents USM. And Vinny had his 43rd birthday. And he truly believes a 5th world title is within his to the 2nd year of his miracle comeback. Doctors told him he'd never walk again after a 1991 automobile accident left him with a broken neck. He was back in the ring 14, and in the last few days, the intensity of the mudslinging has risen by side without getting something started. At the weigh-in, the shouting of insults continued. Both fiery, emotional individuals, they have trash-talked their way to fight night.
Paciencia habla mucho
Paciencia said a lot of things against me. He said a lot of things against my country, against, you know, the people that are around me. And, you know.
So Roberto Duran, our understanding is these guys have been arguing about everything, but he lost the coin toss and had to enter the ring first. Four-time world champion as a lightweight, a welterweight, a junior middleweight, and a middleweight, and Roberto Duran at the age of 43 trying to continue his career even longer, going head-to-head tonight with Pazienza.
Yeah, and very important for him that this fight is here in Las Vegas. He is known as a Las Vegas fighter. The fans have seen him here more than they have Vinny Pazienza. It's important for him to have this match take place right here in Vegas.
And for Vinny Pazienza, he is ready to enter the stage. He is a performer as well as a boxer, and tonight he should be at his height. A big crowd here at the MGM, and going up against the legend Roberto Duran. Vinny Pazienza, when he was a kid learning how to fight, he had two posters in his garage where he trained. One was Muhammad Ali, the other was of Roberto Duran. That poster is no longer up in his garage. The 165 for yesterday's weigh-in. He will probably step in the ring in the light heavyweight division. Here are the rules. This is being called the IBC, the Intercontinental Boxing Council Super Middleweight title. No standing 8 count. 3 knockdown rule is in effect. You can be saved by the bell only in the final round, and this is a scheduled 12-rounder, and scoring on the 10-point must-scoring system. And now to check out the strengths and weaknesses of these two fighters, let's go to the champ and the blackboard.
Brought to you by Old Spice, tonight's boxing blackboard. Vinny Pazienza. Strengths are his speed of hand and foot. He can find the angles, and he fights with great enthusiasm. His weaknesses? Well, sometimes Vinny is easy to hit because he enjoys a brawl. And in a long, grueling fight, his waste of energy could be detrimental. Just for what Roberto Duran is hoping. His strengths are his anger. It fuels his drive to win. And he's physically tough. He'll try to push, pull, and make it a war. His weaknesses, the same for all aging fighters. Slow and deliberate. If he can't slow Vinny to his speed, we know he can be frustrated.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's mano a mano. 12 rounds of boxing for the IBC Super Middleweight World Title. Your 3 judges doing all the scoring for tonight's main event: Chuck Giampa, Dave Moretti, and Jerry Rock. In the ring at this time, the man in charge of tonight's main event title bout, in the ring for his 67th title bout, he is referee Joe Cortez. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing the principals, first boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the black trunks, weighing in at an even 165 pounds, with the fabulous brand, former 2-time world champion, now the Tasmanian black trunks with the solid gold 163½ pounds. He too with a fabulous pro career, 93 wins, 9 defeats, 64, Roberto Duran. 12 rounds of boxing for the IBC Super Middleweight title. Your referee, Joe Cortez.
I want a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Remember what I told you guys. Protect yourself. Clean fight. Give me a clean fight. Shake hands. Good luck. Go ahead.
They were not interested in touching gloves. They have tacked on the IBC title to this fight, Intercontinental Boxing Council, but this bout didn't need that for a world title atmosphere. Packed here at the MGM Grand Garden Roberto Duran and Vinny Pazienza, the start of a 12-round scheduled fight.
Now, these first 3 rounds are extremely important in this match because of Duran. Duran controls this fight if he goes downstairs to the body. You can't waste valuable shots upstairs to Pazienza's head early in a fight. He's too quick. He's too elusive. Duran must go downstairs.
And Duran has a good number of fans here tonight. And you can hear the support that he has. Vinny, of course, brought a good number behind him, but not as many as if this fight had been held at Ledyard, Connecticut, at the Foxwoods Casino, where originally it was.
Yeah, well, Vegas is known as a Duran home. Duran has fought here so many times. The fans have come to know him.
He's fought 11 times in Vegas. This is only the 3rd time Vinny Pazienza has fought here.
Now these men are wearing 8-ounce gloves. The super middleweights normally wear 10-ounce, but it was mutually agreed that they would wear 8-ounce for this fight.
And also they are fighting in a smaller 18-foot ring. 2 concessions that were originally made to Duran for him fighting in Pazienza's backyard in Connecticut, but the fight eventually ended up here in Las Vegas, but those concessions still remained in. And Vinny Pazienza says, I don't care, I could fight him in a phone booth, I just want to fight him. And 2 fighters who right now are taking a long look at one another.
They're both very respectful of one another in this opening round,
even though they both said they had no respect for one another. Roberto Duran has not faced world-class opposition in this latest comeback, in which he has won 7 in a row. 7 hand-picked opponents, none with the real punching power, but he has come out with a fighter's desire, not going through the motions. He has been giving the fans their money's worth. Now he picks his spots. Certainly you don't see the fierceness younger Roberto Duran, but tonight he's in the best shape in years. He's intense, he's enraged, and he could be dangerous on this one night at the age of 43.
Absolutely, and down to 163 and a half. You know he's in good condition. You want to put all these little elements into your pocket. One is the ring size, the gloves. You want to put that in your pocket. You want to, if you can, you want to get the judges that favor the slugger if you're Roberto Duran, the boxer if you're Vinny Pazienza. The weigh-in you want in your pocket. The weigh-in today, Duran weighed 63 and a half, 65 for Pazienza. Also, he won the walkout. Duran had to come out first.
Let's go, come on.
Vinny Pazienza out of his corner for round number 2 against Roberto Duran.
Yeah, nice foot feints from Vinny Pazienza. See how he comes out and uses his foot? He just steps it forward like he's going to throw a jab. See Duran wipe at that? See, watch Duran's right hand. He wipes it. What you do is you try to wipe that jab away and then counter with the right hand. There it is. Nice little feints in there. It just keeps you off balance. Duran never wanted it to have a terrific jab, but how useful it could be every time that feint comes. If you'll just throw that jab out there, just use it. It'll feint.
Pazienza will try to keep up a very crisp pace. And Roberto Duran, who feels that Pazienza does not have any power. But Duran laying back in the first round.
Yeah, and Duran knows that he would prefer to take this fight to the later rounds. He's pacing himself early and hopes to storm late.
Well, he also feels that Pazienza is a fighter who fights on emotion. As Duran has said from his words that Pazienza runs around a lot. He's a stupid fighter. These are the words of Roberto Duran. And Duran feels that he has control of his emotions in the ring. He says, I can fight different ways. He won't surprise me. It's my 103rd fight.
And he said, age has made me more crafty. Now I can't waste punches. I can't afford to.
Pazienza here in the early going wants to see how far he could push Duran, if he could punch right through him. He's saying, hey, he says, I can't punch. I mean, I've knocked out 27 guys. This is no longer the lightweight Vinny Pazienza. This is no longer the Vinny Pazienza who had 3 shots at the junior welterweight crown but could not win because he could not make weight. He is now able to build his body where he feels very comfortable and now fighting a better fighter than he ever was. A career that would look to be washed up when he was stopped on cuts by Loretta Garza back in December of 1990.
And a good combination from Pazienza, gets in, scores, and then moves well going back.
30 seconds to go in the second round.
Pazienza said he does not run. He has not been running in this fight. Says he loves the Willie Pep style. He uses it to frustrate his opponents and then beat them.
Duran looking for openings. Very likes to make openings with his shoulders inside, but he is not inside against Paz. He's keeping his distance. The slip. Pazienza gets right back up to show Duran that it was a slip, and don't even think that you knocked me down.
Joke on any part of your body touches the canvas, other than the soles of your feet, it should be a knockdown. There was a right hand thrown. Yes, a little bit off balance, but down went Pazienza.
Technically, you may say it, but it was more of a slip that caused him to go down.
Off balance, but should that still be considered a knockdown? Is it a knockdown unless you're off balance, Alex? You're saying it shouldn't be a knockdown?
I say no. I say no.
Yes. That woke up Roberto Duran.
No, I don't think the force of the punch put Pazienza. Oh, now Roberto Duran trying to body Pazienza. There he is in close, working the uppercuts.
The rules don't show anything now about the force of the punch.
Well, then maybe they should
woke Roberto Duran up. Pazienza better wake up. Pazienza's got to get those combinations working and use that lateral movement. That's something that gives Duran all kinds of fits.
Pazienza moves out.
Another element, another one of the elements that Duran wants to put in his pocket. I talked about the elements earlier.
Oh, by Pazienza. And again the left. He's scheduled for 12.
Good combination from Duran. Pazienza trying to rush in. Then he's got to get his way in. Go in behind his punches. Duran doing a good job just setting in and waiting for Pazienza. A swing and a miss.
Smarter, he's better conditioned. Because when you're better conditioned, you think better. And he is right now just laying back, waiting for Pazienza to come to him. He ran very successful earlier in the round when Paz did come inside.
Landing the better shots, the crisper punches. See these shots? There's a good right hand from Pazienza.
Holding on, Duran in the closing seconds of the third. Duran, round number 4. And Pazienza coming back to the corner after the third, bleeding from the mouth. Very poised, Roberto Duran. And you can see how emotional Vinny Pazienza is in the ring.
Oh yeah, emotion that can help a fighter in many cases. Sometimes it hurts a fighter. When you're in there with those veteran boxers like Roberto Duran, sometimes you want to keep it cool, keep it calm. You don't want to get too fired up, especially early in a fight. You know, a lot of these punches from Pazienza are missing. They're not landing on the mark. They're not hitting the shot. They're not crisp like the punches of Duran's are. Still early in the match, though. Good combination from Pazienza. Go on the inside and then come on the outside. I have seen Vinny Pazienza better than this, but Duran nice and calm.
Duran waiting for the open.
Yes. Picking his shots. Sometimes you try so hard that it works against you. And it looks like that's what's happening to Pazienza. Could he be overtrained?
Extremely wound up.
Yes.
He may just want to get the first 4 or 5 rounds out of the way. Trying to hit there against the ropes. He's had some real solid shots upstairs against Duran, but Duran hasn't been shaken.
No, and Duran knows it. Roberto walking right through Pazienza.
Pazienza headhunting against Duran.
Well, and staying on the inside. He's fighting Duran in the trenches now. This was Vinny Pazienza as a lightweight.
Don't hold that head down. Don't hold that head.
He stayed on the inside. He brawled with fighters. He moved up to the super middleweight division. Tried more boxing. Kevin Rooney changed his style.
Pazienza digging in, and now he steps back. Kevin Rooney got Vinny Pazienza not to stand in front of his opponent and slug it out.
Let go of that rope. Some of the fighters use that rope to pull their punches. They pull the punches back to make it more spring in the shot. More power in the punch.
Joe Cortez has his hands full here tonight. But Kevin Rooney wanted Pazienza to be a little more side to side, elusive in and out. Don't slug it out. It's a smart way to slug. And now we see again the blood coming from the mouth of Pazienza. The crowd anticipates as these two former world champions head into the middle of the ring for the start of round number 5. Gordon Wood, who is serving not only as the ring announcer for tonight's festivities, but as our corner translator. And Gordon, you're in the corner of Roberto Duran. What just transpired?
We have two gentlemen, both with a lot of age and experience in the corner. What I heard one talking about is Roberto Duran's right hand up near the wrist is bothering him a little bit. And they were talking about how to hold the hand if he is indeed going to use it for hard punches. The other gentleman with the white hair talked a lot about God, and that God, and he's not alone in the ring. He has God right there giving him the strength. Don't worry about the hand. Keep praying to God and be the man in front. Don't be a kid like the other corner. Be a man.
That was Leo Velocites and Lewis Walter in his corner giving instructions to Duran.
And Vinny Pazienza wished he knew the information about the right hand of Roberto Duran.
Well, Duran has had a lot of trouble with that right hand of his.
A right hand that has stopped 64 victims in his 93 victories. And a right hand that he was counting on tonight against Pazienza. Is called a knockdown. And the Duran fans in a frenzy. 5th round. Both fighters going for it, and Duran catches Pazienza.
But that is a right hand that is hurt.
And they hurt even more now.
Yes. Hurt like the jaw of Vinny Pazienza's hurt.
And the uppercut by Pazienza. Inside they go, and outside comes Paz. Bloodied here in the 5th round. But that cut was there in the 3rd.
And more movement from Pazienza, but he's fighting on the trenches now. You can't stand in with Roberto Duran. He'll beat you inside.
mercy. Duran taking everything. Pazienza feels he has a score to settle. He has been down once.
Cut over the right eye in this round.
Duran now bleeding.
Cut.
Pazienza with work to be done, and so far,
both men cut. That cut over the left eye of Duran, over the right eye of Pazienza. I'm all right, he says. Nose bleeding, mouth bloody. Oh, that's an ugly cut, too. Look at it. That cut is a semicircle. Here it is. Karak trying to swing. See how that looping right hand from Pazienza. Duran throws his punch on the inside. Pazienza loops that wide right hand around, and Karak, the shortest distance between 2 points, the straight line. Well, that's where Roberto got. Duran got there first. Those cuts just formed were an accidental headbutt for both fighters. They banged heads in that 5th round.
Neither of them in a very good position, location. One over the eye of Pazienza. The blood could drip down on the eye, and for Duran, right in the corner of the eye. There's no question about that knockdown in the 5th. Roberto Duran, a fighter with not only 9 lives, may have 10 or 11. And you start to think of what a victory for Duran over a 31-year-old, tip-top shape, Vinny Pazienza, what that would mean for Duran.
Roberto Duran, rated number 8 in the middleweight division. 7 for the super middleweights is Vinny Pazienza.
But there's so many critics out there who still do not take Duran's latest comeback at the age of 43 very seriously.
This is his 6th life.
And rat-a-tat-tat upstairs goes Vinny Pazienza.
He is not expected to win. Duran pulls it out.
And Pazienza now looking at a giant roadblock in front of him as he ventures towards his 3rd world title. Miracle comeback from the broken neck.
Realistically, just to be fighting the great Roberto Duran at this point.
Oh, big left hook. Pazienza. And how about for Vinny Pazienza just to be fighting in there, defying the odds, coming back from the life-threatening injury.
November 12th, 1991. Keep your punches up.
Initially, they thought Pazienza was trying to come back. This is part of the healing process. And now Pazienza wants some time from the low blow. He says, I didn't come back just to say I could get in the ring again. I came back to keep fighting to win a championship. And Pazienza, a bloody mess. This is reminders of the days in which Pazienza was trying to claim that junior welterweight crown and had the propensity of being cut up. And it looked to be washed up. He was just fighting at the wrong weight. He was so drained trying to make that junior welterweight limit.
Pazienza missing. A couple of punches. Duran taking his time, still patient.
Here's the heads coming together again in the closing seconds of this round. Six rounds down and 6 on the ledger.
Let's go, time it.
Roberto Duran has knocked down Vinny Pazienza in the 5th. Both fighters are bleeding.
Set from a headbutt in that 5th. Rivera slow getting off the stool this round.
And we're seeing a throwback fight.
The greatest lightweight ever in the history of the division, Roberto Duran, now fighting as a super middleweight.
He reigned as a lightweight champion for nearly 6 years. Turned pro in March of 1967 at the age of 15. Roberto Duran.
12 successful title defenses. Never knows when knockout.
Has trying to get the shots in. Anyway, trying to look for the edge. Duran expected Paz to clown in the ring, stick the tongue out, try to befuddle him, take Duran out of his rhythm, take a page out of the book of Sugar Ray Leonard, whose frustrating tactics led Duran to his immortal words, no mas, no mas. Vinny very mobile. I mean, Duran, we've seen him in the 7 fights going up against guys he was very safe against, who had no power, not much mobility. And you know, in this comeback, he has certainly not met the likes of the kind of mobility he can see from a Vinny Pazienza. But Duran was never fearful of the punching power of Pazienza. The one knockdown in this fight has been reported by Roberto Duran.
Yeah, Roberto knew what to expect going into this match. That's why he even made the comment that Vinny is a stupid fighter, meaning that Vinny moves around without throwing punches. Which excess, Roberto says, is insignificant.
The excess of energy.
No pushing, says Joe Cortez.
Roberto Duran was a shoeshine boy from the slums of Panama with no amateur fights. Oh, straight on the noggin.
Good right hand. Vinny Pazienza is tough.
Duran was 21 years old. Second fight in the United States when he beat Ken Buchanan for the lightweight title. Vinny Pazienza was 10 years old on that particular night. Closing seconds of the 7th. Cocking the right is Duran.
Still maintaining control is Duran.
Nations. Okay. You're giving this guy too much respect, it looks like. Don't respect him. Throw that right hand every chance you get. Every chance you get, let that right hand go. Straight. Everything right hand.
Round number 8, and Vinny Pazienza hearing it from Kevin Rooney in the corner, shouting at Pazienza, you're giving him too much respect. Throw the right more.
Boy, dangerous thing to do, too. With a fighter who's been down like Pazienza has, you can throw the right, but you have to get around behind Duran. You see how Pazienza moves to his left? It is an easier move for a right-hander to make. To go to the right is an unusual move. And that's what Pazienza needs to work. The right hand after you step over to your right. But a dangerous thing to do with a puncher, when you're trying to deliver your right hand, trying to force it, you keep running into something.
3 years ago, at the age of 40, Roberto Duran, and then his 6th comeback, stepped in the ring against a journeyman from San Francisco, Pat Lawler, and was stopped in the 6th round. And I don't think there was anybody in the house who thought that the career was not over at that time. Although Duran claimed that he injured his arm and was unable to continue.
Now that was Irish Pat Lawler.
Right. We remember him well, but certainly not in his class as a four-time world champion.
The movement from Pazienza, stalking by Duran, has cornered Pazienza up.
Oh, good right hand. Throw the right more, says Kevin Rooney.
You have to look for him. You know when Duran is going to come the right hand to your right hand, you know he's going to walk right to you. If you can watch out for his right hand and deliver your own, then it works. Now there's some good movement from Vinny Pazienza. Around to his right side. is on right-handed fighters, that is their blind side. They have to reset their back foot to follow you. That's why southpaw fighters have so much success with right-handers.
The uppercut by Duran, he sneaks it in on an oncoming Pazienza. Couple of rights by the Tasmanian Devil, looking to load up.
Devilish right uppercut, devilish overhand right.
But Duran straight, straight right again. Duran showing you a solid chin. And again, thrusting is Pazienza. Round number 9, it is scheduled for 12 rounds. Once again, we had Gordon Wood in the corner of Roberto Duran. A lot of activity there, Gordon.
Al and Sean, a lot of activity and a lot of voices talking. What I heard most was Miguel Diaz, who has come in to help out with the cuts, is telling him, take deep breaths, get ready, suck it up, be the man, and go after this guy and take him out. Another gentleman with the white hair is really bringing God into play, and how important it is that spiritually he's not alone in the ring. The other gentleman working on the right side of him talked about how to let both hands go, both hands go.
They want Duran to turn the tempo up right now. They feel that now that Vinny Pazienza is running into him like he is, he's got his grave once again after a few rounds. Now is the time to unload. Vinny Pazienza unloads with that right hand.
The crowd now cheering the shots of Pazienza. Pazienza on the move.
Boy, guts and determination. There is no quit in this man whatsoever.
In and out is Pazienza.
Down in the 6th round. And in the 5th round, he's been cut since the 3rd round. And bleeding from the nose since that 3rd round.
He's been bleeding from the nose, from the cut over his eye, from his mouth.
Been bleeding from the nose for years now. I remember when he was a lightweight. No stranger to blood, not afraid to get cut.
But for those who thought that Vinny Pazienza would walk through an aged 43-year-old Roberto Duran, they were mistaken.
Yes, the last thing that any fighter loses is his ability to deliver the punch. Yes, it's slow, it's deliberate, but it is still hard.
Duran is anchored in the center of the ring.
One thing Duran tried to do with the pre-fight press conferences and name calling and everything is he wanted to try to get Pazienza to sit down with him, to fight him, not to run, not to move, not to show him those angles. You know what? He has done well at that. He is a master at knowing how to anger his opponent. And the anger only helps to drive him.
Duran just looking for the setup.
Looking for the home run ball. Pazienza's going to have none of that,
final seconds. Going back to the 5th round, this is the lone knockdown in the fight. And really turned it emotionally, with Duran putting Pazienza on the canvas, and now we move into round number 10.
Yeah, it really took Pazienza several rounds to gather his thoughts and collect his boxing regimen, stick to that fight plan. I thought he had pretty good last round at the 9th round and the 8th round. I thought pretty good movement from him. That knockdown will turn the tide of a fight.
This is scheduled for 12. Both fighters very experienced in going to 12-round limits. Although Who does it favor? Duran at this stage at 43 has never gone 12, never gone 12 in his 40s. And Pazienza has been a bundle of energy throughout this fight. But whether that may take its toll into the 11th and 12th rounds.
17 times for Vinny Pazienza, 10 or more rounds. Duran 40 times. Has that helped or hurt? That's what you're saying. Oh, punching body blow. Roberto Duran. Good left hook. Pazienza, he says that is his best punch.
But Pazienza just not thinking Duran staying in there. He's letting Pazienza do all the work.
Yeah. Roberto using his patience now, trying to control from the outside. Letting...
Break out clean.
Vinny Pazienza run around, use the energy. I remember the last round, Roberto Duran went out and walked out, and the first punch he threw was that overhand right, tried to catch Pazienza looking. Pazienza ducked.
Roberto Duran coming in tonight at 163.5 pounds. No question the best shape that he has been in this latest comeback.
Blood streaming down the face of Pazienza. Duran, though, has slowed this round. Slowed down. Even the last couple of rounds. Not as aggressive, not as many deliberate punches. Combination from Pazienza. Punches going backwards.
Roberto Duran and the large Duran contingent here at ringside as this fight enters the 11th round. And they are certainly proud of Roberto Duran, who has recorded the only knockdown in this fight. These two fighters taking it closer and closer to the judges making the decision. Duran has fought 11 times here in Vegas, although there are some fights he would like to forget. There's Hagler and Hearns and Leonard, which he was defeated here. This is only the third trip to Vegas for Vinny Pazienza, and he is now calling on his supporters to get behind him, and also almost runs into that sack by Duran. It is Pazienza setting up that right, again trying to play with Duran, but he gets hit.
From Duran. Pazienza comes back.
He's pulling inside. He's using the shoulders. Using the head.
He's an expert at this. On the inside, he is unbeatable. Oh, he was going to throw the right hand, but he hesitated.
Almost brought Pazienza off balance.
The hands are free.
Pazienza throwing and throwing, but has not been able to find the answer.
But Duran looks tired. He gets hit with a good left hook from Pazienza. Duran has slowed down. Smiling. Duran.
He was a 2-1 underdog. Last month on the Fight Phone, the USA fight fans gave Duran the edge. 53% voting for Duran in a victory here tonight. 47% saying Pazienza would win. Oh, quick shots inside by Pazienza upstairs. But Duran lights Taz up against the ropes and then lets him out. Inside 30 seconds to go in the 11th.
Come on, let's go, guys. Come on, work ahead, inside, work ahead.
They're calling for body punches from the corner of Roberto Duran. They want more shots downstairs. Still fighting Vinny Pazienza. Look at these shots from him. Speed is power. Oh, and he takes a big right hand.
Slugging it out at the end of the 11th round, which sets up the 12th and final round. Corner wants Pazienza to get over there as soon as possible.
Last round, Vinny. Last round. Dame el cubo, dame el cubo, dame el agua acá. Usted sube, no sube ni verga. No, más bien. Campo guante. Sí. Con todo este la verga, le mete un madrazo. They rip them spines. Rip those spines. Rip them. Not rip them at all. You know that, right? Rip 5-5-1.
Nobody disappointed here in the MGM Grand Garden. Close to 15,000, and they are standing and cheering these two warriors, two former world champions, meeting in this time and into the 12th and final round.
Both fighters pouring their blood and soul and guts into this fight. Pazienza down in the 5th round, has been cut since the 3rd round, as has Duran. Pazienza started off good. He slowed in that 3rd, 4th, came back to 5th. Duran back to 6th, the 7th. Pazienza has been back to 8th, 9th, 10th, down to the stretch in the 11th. And now the final round, I have this fight scored very close, although I've not counted for the knockdown. That knockdown back in the 5th round could be the deciding factor, and this round is extremely important for both fighters. Duran has looked sluggish the last several rounds.
There's the right by Pazienza. No, says Roberto Duran. And another right followed up by Pazienza. And another right. Pazienza getting off his shots. Pazienza now takes the blow from Roberto Duran.
The speed combination, Pazienza's got to think, what should I do to get Roberto Duran off of me? Non-stop fighting machine. The combinations are the key to a fight of this nature. Speed.
Duran again, or rather Pazienza holding on to the ropes.
No pulling on the ropes, says Cortez.
Pazienza has shown that he actually gets stronger as the fight goes on. He's had knockouts in the 12th, in the 10th, in the 11th, and in the 6th in his last 4 knockout victories.
Yes, and a different kind of power than a Roberto Duran power. A speed power, a quick power from Vinny Pazienza.
Inside the final minute of the fight.
Both fighters, hands down around their waist now. Good combination. Pazienza knows he probably needs this round.
He's looking to pour it on in the last 30 seconds. Whatever Duran has left, there's the time remaining. Vinny Pazienza, a whirlwind.
Very close. Good combination.
Duran comes back. It's the final seconds of the fight. They are standing. Will they embrace after the fight? Pazienza says no. And they do not. Both fighters raise their arms. And the corner trying to raise Duran. He thinks he has pulled it off. Who won this fight? We'll find out when we return in just a moment.
Action-packed championship rounds of boxing. I give you the scoring by judges as follows. Judge Chuck Giampa scores about 117-113. Judge Dave Moretti and Judge Jerry Rudd both scored about 117-112 for the winner and new IBC Super Middleweight Champion,
against Mike Evans in an earlier fight here tonight in round number 2. And Gonzalez puts her the scores 117, 113, 117, 112. Did you?
Al, I thought only Larry Holmes and George Foreman could pull this over 40 thing off. He did a good job. He didn't like me, came in fired up. He fought a good fight. I was a little off. I could have...
May never come to like each other, but they know a good payday when they see one. They will fight again. The rematch scheduled for...
Way. In 1921, his signing-on fee for the Yankees was $125,000, and he had already spent half of it on hot dogs. An America hungry for statistics about Babe Ruth was told how many hot dogs he ate and how fast, along with how many home runs he hit and how often. His fame didn't just have quality, it had quantity. When the Babe had trouble making the weight, it reassured American men who had trouble waking for work. Babe Ruth helped to make baseball grow big. Not even America could yet make its national sporting heroes into international celebrities. But boxing was an international sport, so when an American won the World Heavyweight Championship, there was nowhere on earth he wasn't a household name. The name was Jack Dempsey. Boxing went legal in 1919 and turned into big business. Dempsey was a famously mean fighter who got more famous the meaner he behaved. When Dempsey hit them, they stayed hit. If they tried to get up again, they usually wished they hadn't. The public was fascinated with the idea of a man who would hit below the belt even when his opponent was already lying down. Dempsey's character was box office. He wasn't just a famous fighter, he was a famous brute. So he was famous twice. After Dempsey had been on top for 7 years, he lost his title to Gene Tunney and failed to regain it after the notorious long count incident, about which every boxing buff will give you the boring details unless you get in fast with some cricket statistics. But the important thing was that Dempsey accepted defeat gracefully. He stopped being Mr. Nasty and started being Mr. Nice. He became famous for that, too. So he was famous 3 times. Dempsey stayed famous. Even out of the ring, he was still courted by other famous people. Charlie Chaplin wanted to know him. As they pretended to fight, Douglas Fairbanks was the referee. Despite bravely acquiring an early example of the new plastic surgery operation known as the nose bob, Dempsey didn't get very far with his film career, but that became part of the story too. Later on, Dempsey lost all his money in the stock market crash, and that was part of the story. He staged a comeback as a restaurant owner, and other famous people came to eat. Dempsey had survived as a performer even when he ceased to be a champion. He had fought his way free of what he did and become somebody who simply was. Scarface Al Capone was Jack Dempsey gone wrong. Prohibition had made America's gangsters into headline news. The bad guys became big celebrities. Capone was the baddest guy, so he became the biggest celebrity. He loved the part and dressed up for it. The press couldn't get enough of him. All they had to do was turn on the lights, and he did the rest. He paid for his own wardrobe. Extras to play dead bodies, he provided free. His car was built to stop bullets from other gangsters. The cops never shot at it. They just gave lectures about it on those rare occasions when he was briefly detained to answer easy questions.
The fact that this car is equipped with a regulation police siren. The siren in this car would enable Capone to get away at any time, as it is one of the laws in the United States that no one but an official, a police or a fireman, may have one of these on his car.
Compared to the cops he had corrupted with payoffs, Capone looked honest. Apart from the people who were actually getting beaten up or rubbed out, the whole world seemed to like the idea that at least one man was up there above the daily grind. Capone liked the idea too. Al Capone's fame put him beyond good and evil. He was in show business. He didn't really want to be a killer at all. He wanted to be a star. For the next 70 years, stars wanted to be him.
Arnie, you're through. You hire these mugs, they missed, now you're through. If you ain't out of town by tomorrow morning, you won't never leave it except in a pine box. I'm taking over this territory. From now on, it's mine.
There's only one thing that gets orders and gives orders, and this is it. That's how I got the south side for you, and that's how I'm going to get the north side for you. Some little typewriter, right? I'm going to write my name all over this town with it in big letters.
Hey, stop him, somebody!
Get out of my way, Johnny. I'm going to spit. Come on, fellas.
Say, boss.
Yeah?
There's a guy to see you, an assistant DA from the county.
That's a District 31 for me. You gonna arrest me for speeding or something? I tell you what we do. We'll all relax, take it easy, we'll play real legitimate, okay?
Okay, Giorgio.
Stop yelling, you're not in the barn.
I'm sorry.
You've got no manners.
My name is Bob Buell, Mr. Capone. District
Wait,
Attorney's...
whoa, wait a minute. The name is not Capone, it's Capone. Capone.
Mr. Capone?
Murder him in his own house. Shot him, his friend. Traditore. Carogna. King Louis. I figli dei figli. Marcino nell'inferno per 1 milione d'anni.
All right. Who killed him? 3 men. 2 of Moran's punks. And Giuseppe Aiello. Aiello?
Capone is a classic part.
Yeah.
The big part. America's King Lear.
What was it you were saying, Charlie?
Sometimes they change his name, but it's always him. Capone's epic has lasted longer than Lindbergh's, and it's because fame suited him. He needed fame. It was a step up. It was a step up for honest people, too. In Prohibition America, the black inventors of the 20th century's most exciting music had the same prestige as minstrels. Louis Armstrong's brilliant trumpet solos were works of art from a sweatshop. The works of art were preserved on classic records, but white men controlled the record business and stole the money. To stay solvent, the artist had to become an entertainer. Louis Armstrong, the revolutionary modern musician, turned into Satchmo, the showman. Out on the road night after night, Armstrong clowned it up.
Dinah, is anyone finer in the state of Carolina? If there is, then you know, show to me. Dinah, the Dixie blazing, we love the city gazing to the eyes of Dinah Lee. Baby, every night, one eye, shake with fight, cut my dynamite, change your mind.
But if he was wearing a false face, at least he had made it himself. When Hollywood put him in the movies, they put him in costume. Armstrong detested the Jungle Bunny outfits. He didn't like playing Uncle Tom either.
On the fields below.
But it was the price of fame, and fame was the road to freedom.
You needn't tell me, boy, because I know. Oh, babe.
No one who became famous through achievement could stay famous without giving the press a story to feed on. The only hope was to control the story. Duke Ellington realized that it wasn't enough to be a serious musician. He had to behave like a serious musician, even though he never lost sight of the necessity to please the crowd. Even in the movies, he managed to keep his dignity. For the white men who were out to exploit black talent, black dignity was an obstacle. Ellington fought back on behalf of himself and his band. They were always billed as Duke Ellington and his famous orchestra. Fame had made it possible to take his art to a wider world, but fame had also made him a representative of his people, a responsibility that no white musician was asked to bear. Ellington wasn't a black musician. He was a musician. But the mass media weren't interested in art. They wanted an angle. If the person of achievement wasn't prepared to be a celebrity, there was no story. Fame was a frame-up. Fame had... She was a no-nonsense native-born American with a vocal range that ensured nobody would go to sleep during the performance, or for a good while after it either. Jeanette MacDonald was a huge star at the time, and she was soon... Each had the uncanny gift of removing all signs of life from the other. But even when the musical was set in some outlandish landscape, there they were, two Americans. Sophisticated Americans called Eddie and MacDonald the singing capon and the iron butterfly. Unsophisticated Americans just bought tickets to see them. Real class was still in Europe. In a city like Vienna, the cult of the celebrity was still under control. Achievement was saluted by an elite, and fame could be a part of real life without taking it over. Sigmund Freud developed a complicated theory about how the unconscious determined behavior, that Freud thought sexual repression was bad for you. Berlin was another big city where bright sparks from the sticks brought their gifts. One of them was a previously obscure patent officer with bewildering ideas about physics. He was Albert Einstein, and Berlin's social elite lionized him. The American press made him world famous by spreading the vague notion that Einstein said everything was relative, so anything went. In the great cities of Europe, America still seemed far away. From Paris, it was a dot on the horizon. America had the money, but as far as culture went, Lindbergh had brought nothing with him except a reminder of his homeland's incurable provincialism. There were famous Americans who agreed with this assessment. They made Paris their stamping ground. Josephine Baker was black, sassy, and sexy offstage as well as on. The American press would have destroyed her. In Paris, she could be her real self without having to invent a false one. The
lady who has captured every heart, Amy Johnson, it's you. We have watched and waited since the day you made your start, Amy Johnson, it's true. Since the news that you are safe has come along, everyone in town is singing this love song. Amy, wonderful Amy,
Amy flew solo all the way to Australia. After she successfully crash-landed, she emerged from the wreckage to speak a language the Australians understood, although it didn't sound like their language or any other language spoken by an ordinary human being. It was the language of empire.
Hello, everybody. I seem to have got here at last. It's been a long, long time, but here I am, and jolly glad I am to be here at last.
The British male record breakers also flew the flag. First Sir Malcolm Campbell and then Sir Henry Seagrave, or vice versa, repeatedly broke the world record for maximum publicity over the measured mile. The British Empire was one big happy family because most of its children were seen and not heard. But they were allowed to play together even if they were different colours. The game they played was called cricket, and only people who belonged to the British Empire could understand it. Nobody outside the British Empire had any idea why these men were running backwards and forwards or talking a lot of incomprehensible jargon about hitting each other in the bales with a googly to the inside leg. England was the heart of the empire, but the English were very sporting about it when the natives did well. Australia's Don Bradman scored hundreds of runs at a time.
And he's our Don Bradman. Now I ask you, is he any good? Our Don Bradman, as a batsman, he can surely on the wood. Oh, when he goes into bat, he knocks every record flat, for there isn't anything he cannot do.
Eventually, the English decided that Bradman was a bit too much of a good thing. They slowed him down by aiming the ball at his head, a sporting concept known as fair play.
Don Bradman, as a batsman, he can surely on the wood. Oh, when he goes...
Bradman was the Babe Ruth of cricket, except that the Americans had never heard of him, whereas even the most fanatical cricket lovers had heard of Babe Ruth. At the time, though, the British Empire still looked like the biggest thing in the world. At first glance, Mahatma Gandhi didn't look like the man to threaten a whole empire. But when you glanced again, he was still there. Leading what seemed like a hopeless, non-violent struggle to emancipate India from British rule, Gandhi showed himself highly skilled at using publicity as a weapon. He was already world famous without leaving home, because when he was interviewed, he had some smooth answers ready that left the man asking the questions looking uncomfortable.
Would you be prepared to die in the cause of India's independence?
It is a bad question.
If you go to the second round table conference, will you go attired in native Indian dress, or will you prefer European dress?
I should certainly not be found in European dress. And if the weather permitted, I should present myself exactly as I am today.
When he came to Britain, he was a sensation. With no more than the sheet he stood up in, his fame was worth more to his cause than a whole army was to Britain's.
Whatever the result of the mission that brought me to London, I know that I shall carry with me the pleasantest memories of my stay in the midst of the poor people of East London.
And India.
The Marx Brothers would have remained stars of Broadway and radio if it hadn't been for sound film. Harpo was essentially a silent comedian plus a motor horn. But Groucho talked.
$9.40, this is an outrage. If I were you, I wouldn't pay it. Now then, Mrs. Claypool, what are we going to have for dinner?
You've had your dinner.
All right, we'll have breakfast. Waiter,
Yes, sir.
have you got any milk-fed chicken?
Yes, sir.
Well, squeeze the milk out. I want to bring me a glass.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Driftwood, pretty much.
As interested in sex as all those European women were famous for being.
Mr. Jordan and I are giving a small dinner for Lord and Lady Ferncliff, two very dear friends of mine from England.
Gee, that sounds swell to me. Well, it's awful nice of you to ask us, Mrs. Jordan. We'll be glad to accept. I was reading a book the other day.
Reading a book?
Yes, it's all about civilization or something. A nutty kind of a book. Do you know that the guy says that machinery is going to take the place of every...
Dialogue from a seemingly bottomless well of erotic experience. Some experts said that Mae West was a man. Others said that she had been George Washington's mistress. But nobody ever said anything as good as what she said.
But I'll be low down again. It's fire and it's flame, so be careful on this flame. Oh, they call me Sister Honky Tonk. I gotta slam
The average previous Hollywood sex queen had operated on the principle that she was a castle with no drawbridge, and a successful suitor would have to climb the ivy. With Mae West, there was a highway to the front door.
Am I making myself clear, boys? Suckers.
She had a sharp tongue.
Over everything you said, and I made my decision.
Good. I'm glad you made up your mind so quickly.
Oh, very quick in a slow way. You see, I can't discuss it over the phone. It's got a lot of angles to it. You better come up and see me.
Well, I'll be glad to. In fact, I'll come over right away if it's convenient for you.
Most convenient. I'll tell you this much. You're going to like what I got in mind. Uh-huh. I'll be ready. Goodbye.
It's been a scandal for him to get mixed up in the musical theater. Born in America, he took to Broadway without missing a beat. He took it over. He loved it all, the razzmatazz and the fame. He loved the girls, and the girls loved him. Gershwin's admirers feared that he would be overwhelmed by too many parties and glamorous women. Hollywood wanted popular songs from him, and that's what he wanted to give them. He didn't think his art was being corrupted. He thought it was being developed. He was right. American popular art had always had energy, but now it had eloquence. Aimed at the masses with no apologies, it gave class to the classless. And one of the first films in color, Gershwin gleefully cooperated in a tasteless travesty of his masterpiece, Rhapsody in Blue. If Hollywood caked his music with arty pretension, that was the price of fame. The lasting... Fred Astaire didn't look all that different from the ordinary guy in the audience. He could do extraordinary things, but he did them in a natural way, with no histrionics. He was exceptional, yet nothing set him apart. What he did was superlative without being superior. Nothing threatening, nothing to shut you out. This wasn't the high life behind closed doors. The Astaire dance poem was the sheer expression of uncomplicated joy. Projected all over the planet by Hollywood's worldwide distribution system, it made America look like a democratic paradise, where a shy guy with an ordinary face like his could dance like that and get a girl like her.
Boys and girls, this is a kind of a new thing for me. I'm to announce and act as a master of ceremonies for a little while, so you'll have to bear with me, because that's not my racket, if you know what I mean.
Charles Lindbergh, who really was the shy American hero, had no studio to protect him. The press kept on coming. Lindbergh and his wife dutifully posed for photo opportunities that if he gave the press something today, they would stay away tomorrow. But the trouble wasn't with the newspapers that splashed the stories. It was with some of the people who read them. Some of them were more than just curious. A few of them were crazy. And one of the crazy ones was a killer. When the Lindbergh baby was kidnapped, the biggest story of the century, the one about the lonely flyer, took off all over again. The press did the same sort of job on him as they had done before. The indiscriminate nature of 20th century fame was clearly demonstrated. Everyone climbed aboard the bandwagon. Al Capone, in prison at the time, offered a reward for the kidnapper's apprehension. When the baby's body was found, the scene was restaged for the newsreels as the Lindbergh legend took on a new, permanent lease of life through death.
Hello, everybody. We're speaking to you now from the General Store in Hopewell, New Jersey, the improvised press headquarters during the Lindbergh case.
Lindbergh had always been in the difficult position of a private man at the center of a public event. Now, the difficult position had become impossible. At the trial, the alleged killer was Bruno Hauptmann. He was enrolled as the first in a regrettably long line of 20th century assassins who achieved celebrity for murdering the famous. Hauptmann almost certainly didn't do it. The victim was so famous that the police had to find a killer no matter what. But there was no doubt about who was really in the dock. It was the star witness. Lindbergh was the victim, but he was put on trial. He knew none of this disaster would have happened if he had not been famous. And now disaster was making him more famous still. Private grief was public property. The Lindberghs had not only lost their baby's life, they had lost theirs. The new breed of hero had more contempt than ever for America's culture of the common man. The uncommon man was on his way. A new aviator was due to drop out of the sky, and this one wasn't shy at all.
Ray is going to have to get that second win, Tim.
Right hand jab starting to land now.
And they're stiff. They're not just little jabs. They're stiff. Good right hook.
Right over the glove. That backed up Leonard. Leonard bidding to become one of only 10 boxers to win 3 titles in 3 different weight divisions.
I can't believe Leonard's legs, Tim. Moving beautifully. See, there's nothing on Leonard's punches, Tim. Hagler's able to move right through him. Yeah, Leonard hit him with a right hand, didn't move him. He was able to counter with a left hand to the body. If I was Ray, I'd really try to load up and nail Hagler now. This guy's getting overconfident. They tried it.
And he took a left and pushed him back.
There's those body shots again. Look how much Marvelous Marvin misses like. But he doesn't get discouraged. He misses, he punches again.
Leonard standing there willing to trade.
Now that's a mistake. That is a mistake.
Short chopping punches inside, scored by Hagler.
Hagler is breathing very deep now too, Tim. He's gasping for breath. Not a one-sided thing here. Another punch after the bell by Leonard.
Nelly tells Hagler to slug, get out there and put some pressure on, be aggressive, brawl with him.
You know, Tim, all these fights have ebbs and flows. Now, Leonard was very tired before. He may be getting his second win, and Hagler may be getting a little tired.
Could be a telling round in that respect.
Vicious body punch by Hagler, though, Tim. Flashy combination, but only one of the punches landed.
Able to escape, however. His footwork continues to be impressive.
Hagler was just so slow getting off when he has Leonard on the ropes. You should let that left hand to the body go right away. And then he can throw the other punches. But he looks for openings. By the time he looks, Leonard's gone. Don't hold it.
Ray Leonard warned for holding again by Richard Steele. Again, Leonard flat-footed on the ropes, but Hagler not getting much done.
He's trying to hit the head. The body doesn't move. Just bang to the body. Nice combination by Ray. That was the best punch of the fight.
Hagler straight down the middle. Best punch of the fight
for Hagler.
Hagler backing up Leonard into the Leonard corner. Short right uppercut.
He's nailing him now, Tim.
Right to the chin.
That's where he has to put that left hand.
Leonard in some difficulty. Hasn't thrown a punch out of this corner. Now he does. Trying to bang his way out.
Look at that determination of Ray Leonard. You talk about a champion.
What a display.
Absolutely gritted his teeth. Look at him go.
Again, in the middle of the ring. And Hagler stays there and punches back. A right by Leonard.
What a display, Tim. You talk about a champion, but he's got that solid rock to move, and Hagler just keeps methodically moving forward.
Under a minute to go, round 9. Most of the crowd here on its feet. Trading over there on the far side. Again, Hagler gets the best of it, but Leonard just keeps firing.
Leonard is punching in desperation now, though, Tim. Really trying. What a display.
Leonard holding on, and Hagler just slapping it.
He's tired, Tim. Look at those arms. Yeah, but he tries to be tricky. Nothing's going to help him, though, Tim. Not when he's tired the way he's tired now.
Hagler trying to find openings. Maybe a little arm weary, Gil. He's not throwing enough punches.
Well, we said they were going to have to fight, and they're fighting.
They're both exhausted from this round. That's the end of this 9th round, an incredible round. The later round going to Hagler.
Looks like Leonard has his second win, Tim. He's bouncing, moving.
Tim Ryan, Bill Clancy with Jim Hill. This is round 9, scheduled for 12. Often you can build something as the super fight and expect to get one. We've already had it here.
Marvin takes too long to get that straight left hand. He never throws a straight left hand to the body. He throws it wide. Should be straight. There it is, wide again to the body.
Work it out.
Gil, at this stage of the fight, you might wonder whether Marvin wishes it was a 15-rounder if he's unable to stop Sugar Ray in the next 3.
Well, that was the first battle that Ray Leonard won when he got this fight to be 12 rounds. Those uppercuts of Marvin started to land now, Tim. Short little uppercuts that Goody Petronelli told him to use in the corner.
He has scored the bulk of the scoring punches at the last 2 seconds.
Beautiful combination by Leonard. He just walks away.
Your head.
Halfway through round 10.
Tim, I think it's getting to the point where Hagler's going to have to land a couple of big solid punches.
Good flurry by Leonard.
Richard Steele is doing a good job as a referee, Tim.
52 knockouts on Hagler's record and 62 victories. Sure, he didn't expect to see Leonard still here in the 10th round. Even with all of the respect that he accorded Leonard, knowing it will be a tough fight.
Richard Steele continues to warn Ray Leonard for holding, Tim. Now, after a few warnings, you have to do something about it, besides warning.
I don't think we're going to see a point taken away from either of these fighters.
Hagler is just so slow getting off. Unbelievable. I don't understand why he doesn't fire that left hand to the body.
Wild miss on a trick play by Leonard, and he paid for it because Hagler tagged him.
They're both dead tired now. Little Hagler is dead too, Tim.
come to the end of round 11. You heard Angelo Dundee tell Sugar Ray he was 6 minutes away from the championship. Much of that, of course, is a confidence-building psych job. Whether that's the case is in the hands of 3 judges at ringside.
Tim, I think Marvin is going to have to win these 2 rounds to retain his title, and he's going to have to land some big punches.
I have Hagler at 5-4 with 1 even at this point, but a very close round in the 10th that could easily have been scored for Leonard. Dave Moretti from Las Vegas, Lou Filippo from Los Angeles. And
so slow getting off, Hagler. He's got the shot. Beautiful combination by Leonard. Right hand, left hook. As Angelo told him, he said, come back with the hook, and he sure did. Another left hook by Leonard.
Right hand lead.
Tim, it's a jab, but again, it's like a straight right hand. Solid puncher.
Body shot from Hagler, and Leonard escapes off the rope. He lands a combination.
And moves away. You know, you mentioned that Leonard was tired. Hagler's not fresh as a daisy either, you know. He doesn't have too much left.
His hands without a lot of authority, but scoring some punches. The showboat again from Leonard.
Well, we have to call him the Miracle Man after this, Tim.
Well, you're not
anybody can have that layoff, do what he's doing tonight. He's a Miracle Man. Never been done in boxing history. Never. Whether he wins or loses. And right now, he's winning, in my opinion.
Hagler missing wide open target as Leonard just leaned back away from the punches.
Beautiful move by Leonard. Tim, he has Hagler tamed now, Tim. Can't let that left hand go, Tim. He should be throwing that left hand down the pipe. Just did it in. But that's what he should be doing all along.
Leonard has played with Hagler's mind throughout the fight, and by being fresh enough here in this 11th round as he looks to his corner at the end of the round. Leonard coming back slowly to his corner, but the little flurries that he fought in were enough to win the round the way we saw it.
I think so. Eye-catching punches.
He's tired. He's trying to win the round by clubbing. You feel if you had that round, you had him going with it, but you know that. Put it out.
And Marvin Hagler, as you pointed out, looking weary in his corner, Gil. And now a psyched-up Ray Leonard is on his feet.
Tim, and Hagler doesn't look very confident. He looks like a beaten fighter to me. Mentally beat. Whether he wins or loses, I don't know.
I think that was taken away from him, particularly in that last round. But it began right in the beginning. But Leonard, on our scorecard, won the first 4 rounds and asserted that mental dominance. He was so sure he could do that. And he was so sure that most of us who picked Hagler would be wrong. He could do this. They beckon each other out. Does Hagler feel that it all comes down to this 3 minutes?
Well, you know, Goody Petronelli in the corner, he was talking like it's about a 15-round fight. Where you started to get him going. I mean, I would have been a little more emotional if I was in the corner. First time threw that straight left hand down the pipe to the body.
We've got this close on our scorecard with Leonard slightly ahead. I think Hagler has to realize that the sentiment is just going to have to be with Leonard, that he's got to feel he's got to knock him out to retain his title.
But that's not what they tell him in the corner, Tim. They're talking to him like it's an IBM meeting or something. No emotion. Left hand by Hagler.
up the punches, move his head, and escape most of them. And Leonard flurries against Hagler, and now escapes from the corner. Ray Leonard is having fun in there right now. What a story.
He's looking at the corner. I don't know why. Well, Tim, we have to call him the miracle man of boxing. He doesn't need any help from the corner.
He sure doesn't. Not what he's accomplished to this point.
Well, Tim, he's giving this round away, though. Sugar Ray, you know who the fans think are winning the fight.
Less than a minute to go in the fight. Now Hagler with a little showboat. Some shuffle back from Ray.
Look at Ray Leonard. What a cocky kid.
Well, this 30-year-old cocky kid, perhaps fainting weariness as he has a few times earlier in the bout, but also showing that psychologically and physically now he's in control.
It's going to be interesting scoring, Tim. You know, do you like the plodding guy or do you like the flash?
Leonard busy on the rope. Hagler trying
There'll
to
be no knockout. No knockout.
Leonard in the corner at the end of this fight, but on his feet.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the decision of the judges. We have a split decision. Judge Lou Filippo scores the bout. 115, Marvin Hagler. 113, Ray Leonard. Judge Jojo Guerra scores the bout. 118, Leonard. 110, Hagler. And Judge Dave Moretti scores 115, 113. By the winner, by a split decision, and new middleweight champion of the world, Sugar Ray Leonard.
Sugar Ray Leonard pulling the upset and beating Marvelous Marvin Hagler in a close split decision win. And that decision will be debated, I guess, for as long as people talk about boxing. As you look at the scores of that fight, it's easy to make a case either way. It was certainly close, and the two-point margins of victory either way could be argued. Probably the only scorecard that looks absurd is that of Jojo Guerra. That big margin he had makes you wonder what fight he was looking at. For Marvelous Marvin Hagler, it was a bitter loss, a loss that he blamed on the boxing hierarchy, as he had other times when they had tried to take his title away, he felt, with close decisions. He remembered that when he went for the title the first time, he ended up with a draw against Vito Antuofermo in a fight that just about everybody thought he won. In this instance, though, he was fighting the Sugar Ray Leonard mystique as much as Sugar Ray Leonard himself, and a decision went against Hagler. For Leonard, it was an astonishing comeback. No one felt that he could come back and beat Hagler that way, or at least very few people, but Leonard proved again that he is a miracle man, and whatever people may say about him, as far as his image and his mystique is concerned, there's a good boxer at the core of that mystique. Show Sugar Ray Leonard pulls off the upset against Marvelous Marvin Hagler. We'll watch it over and over again, look at the decision. We'll always enjoy the fight. Well, we're glad you joined us on this Super Bout. I'm Al Bernstein.
opponent, boxing out of the blue corner, really needs no introduction to boxing fans. Wearing the white trunks with a black trim, weighing in at 227 pounds. 24 of those 38 wins coming by knockout. He's a former two-time heavyweight champion of the world on the comeback trail tonight. He is terrible.
Round number 5. In the 4th round. Lamona's threw a lot of them. Campos still had a higher connect percentage, but Lamona's, just by virtue of the fact that he was that much more active, probably won the round. Fairly close fight on your card, but Lamona's would need the other two to get a draw.
Going right back to the jab, which worked for him before. Not a bad thing to do when in doubt.
Dance is what bring you.
He's gone back to the lefty stance, which he worked very effectively a couple of rounds ago. Let's see if it works as well this time.
One minute remaining, 5th round. Lamona's still missing a lot.
And in this round, Campos using the jab, a little movement, fighting much more control. Nice combos by Campos.
Pretty good left hand from Campos.
These are two boxers who are in excellent condition. Kind of undercard fight, that you walkout fight, if you will, that you really have to enjoy. Both guys showing some skills. Both are giving a terrific effort, and it's exciting. And we even have a hometown guy in Roberto Campos. That's right.
Nice combinations again from Campos. And a left hand. Very good round from Campos. End of 5. 1 to go.
Patience. Really good, quick, fast hands. Right at the end of the round.
6th and final round, and now it is Campos' fight to win. He just needs to do what he's been doing. Baseball Tonight will follow us, give you the updates, if any, on the strike.
An easy night to handle the highlights, huh?
I think so. I think we all want to know what the Barons are doing.
I'm a Chick fan myself. Campos doing a great job in the jabs.
No more, I might add.
And we're reminded by the second best Cub fan on this crew, Gary Clem, that the Cubs will not have to lose anymore this season.
That's true.
Maybe, if that strike continues.
They're just playing in the wrong division.
Campos and Lamona's trying as hard as they can here in this 6th round. And boy, you have to admire that.
Through the final round. Lamona's does not appear to be a guy who can crank it up enough to knock Campos out. shot from Campos.
Very entertaining match. This has been a real good one.
Yeah.
Campos getting a little tired, I think, here in this round. You mentioned he's never been 6 rounds before. Wow. Great uppercut by Campos. Now, Lamona switches to lefty, and he's made some things happen when he's done that.
Yeah, he's had good success when he goes left-handed. He hasn't done it probably enough if he is to look at this tape later. Excellent fight. Very entertaining.
Both men tired here in this 6th round, but still throwing. It's about as active a 6-round fight as you will ever see.
And it ends with both men giving it everything they had. And that's the way it was for the entire 18 minutes of the fight. Great fight. These guys deserve to take these bows.
For Roberto Campos, as you look at him there, we believe probably the winner in front of his home crowd here well, almost home crowd. Harlington's right nearby here.
Not nearly nearby enough. Well, a reminder.
Judge Escalona scores about 58-56, as does Judge Acuna, 58-56. Judge Ledesma scores about 59-55, all for the winner by unanimous decision, Roberto Campos.
He has to learn little by little what plants and branches are good for him. Clive and Kenita's garden will be his training ground until the day he is released.
See what else there is? Hellos on the tomorrow. Taste them succulent. Let's go the other way. Come. My relationship with Buana is obviously one of mother and child, although he weighs 280 kilograms and I only 55, but he knows me.
Salvador Sánchez Narváez había nacido en Santiago Tianguistenco y fue campeón pluma el 2 de febrero de 1980 al derrotar espectacularmente a Dani el Coloradito Lopez. Realizó 9 defensas de su título y en cada una de ellas mostró su calidad y la fuerza de sus golpes. Su pelea más recordada fue en Las Vegas en 1981, cuando liquidó sin vueltas a otro grande del boxeo, el puertorriqueño Wilfredo Gómez. Falleció en un trágico accidente de automóvil el 12 de agosto de 1982. Fue recordado hoy en la catedral de su pueblo, hasta donde llegaron el campeón Julio César Chávez y el manejador del malogrado campeón Cristóbal Rosas.
He tenido la dicha de que cada aniversario me ha tocado estar preparándome aquí en Toluca para una pelea, y me ha tocado venir al aniversario de Salvador Sánchez, que ha sido un ejemplo para todos nosotros.
Best boxing, good power, a great stand-up style, and he was a gentleman to the max, both inside and outside. Wild style in the ring, and outside the ring, well, he was a guy who liked to have fun. He was as flamboyant as you could possibly be, and so when they met in Miami in an outdoor arena before a huge crowd, it was well anticipated, and it was terrific.
Well, Hector Salazar getting more airtime than the three of us as you look at Aaron Pryor, and he is a man intense right now, Ray.
Oh, he's really psyched himself out. I guarantee, well, I can't guarantee anymore, but I feel there's been a knockdown early. Someone's going to get hurt. How about you, Larry?
I think the most crucial thing in the first round or first 2 rounds is whether Arguello can use his great ability as a body puncher, and many people think he's one of the greatest body punchers there ever was, to slow up the charge of Aaron Pryor.
Aaron Pryor has been known to charge out at the opening bell, round 1. Pryor with the first punch. He scores with a right hand. Up tempo right from the opening bell.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if someone gets knocked down in the first round.
Pryor, perpetual motion. He is right on top of Arguello, who gets off the ropes. Crowd already starting to cheer. Arguello with a right hand that scores on Pryor, whose legs buckle for a moment.
Pryor seems to be hurt. Alex went to the body and was able to hurt Pryor for a while.
Which is exactly what Larry Merchant was just mentioning.
Those uppercuts by Alex and that overhand right is very effective in Pryor's style.
Pryor is now slowed down just for the moment. Pryor has been knocked down. He will say, yes, I'll get knocked down and take a count of 1, 2, or 3, but my opponent will get knocked down and take a count of 8, 9, or 10. And that has been the story. First round, uppercut, a right hand, and another left hand. Arguello against the ropes. A lot of action for the first round of a 15-round fight.
Both fighters are a little tight.
A right hand by Arguello.
This is the first time that I ever seen Alex go at this pace in the early round.
There's a right hand by Pryor, and Arguello is hurt. Well, so far the fight has been exactly as advertised. There's another right hand by Pryor, and another right hand, and another. And Arguello gets off the ropes.
Alex is hurt seriously now.
Arguello is letting Pryor fight his fight. And another right hand, and Arguello back to the ropes again. Arguello unable to keep Pryor off him early on.
Alex legs, he started to buckle, Barry. If Pryor can hop right on him now, he's ready to put Alex down. But he can't get too careless because Alex is a great champion.
The other thing that I can't help but wonder is the bell here is not very loud, and this crowd is a din. That could be a factor because neither one of these fighters may hear the bell. Really puts the pressure on the referee. This is still the first round, remember.
You know, both fighters a little arm weary in the very first round because they started off very fast at the beginning of the first round.
Well, there weren't too many who expected this fight to go the distance, rather. A left hand by Pryor again. And at this pace, there is simply no way that it can. A combination by Pryor. And an uppercut. End of the round, and what a first round. And he punches in that first round, and he scores his first 3 of this one. An uppercut sends Arguello reeling backward.
He's probably also much physically stronger than the other fighters that Alex been in the ring with. And that left jab of Pryor's getting through.
Pryor is very sharp with his punches. Not only a lot of them, but very effective.
Both fighters are missing some shots, like those overhand rights. If either punch lands from either fighter, someone has to go down.
Both men were hurt in the first round. Pryor early, but Arguello got much the worst of it. And again, Pryor getting off before Arguello. Arguello, a professional, and that is the thing that is constant. When you hear anybody talk about Alexis Arguello, they say he's the consummate professional.
Well, see, Pryor always punches himself out unnecessarily. He burned a lot of energy up. And another thing he must keep in mind, he can't stand straight up. That left hook by Arguello just landed. Pryor can't afford to stand straight up because Arguello gets very good leverage. But inside, it should be Aaron Pryor all the way.
That time, Arguello got a right-hand counter punch off, and Pryor is hurt.
Now, see, you'll see Arguello, because Pryor was dazed from that overhand right.
Pryor talking to Arguello now. Pryor draws a warning for hooking. That punch by Arguello was just a case of his man making a mistake and Arguello countering the mistake, and that's what he says. His theory is all I have to do is throw 2 or 3 punches in the round, but they've got to be good and they've got to hurt.
He's such a composed fighter. Arguello is such a composed fighter. He's been rocked by Pryor, but see, Pryor's mistake and bad habits, in fact, he burnt his stamina is not as great as it should be, although he punches very, very hard for his division.
Well, this fight so far is exactly as all the promotional releases have said. That's a rarity. I've seen it a couple of times, once in your fight with Tommy Hearns, but it is rare that a fight lives up to the press clippings. So far, this one has, albeit it is early. Arguello fighting off the ropes and fighting very effectively off the ropes. Arguello got the better of that exchange. But Pryor is still right on Arguello. And Arguello does seem content to have his back against the ropes and have Pryor lean on him. This is just the second round. Neither man is marked. End of the second round.
Lewis wants Pryor to move his head more and move his body more and not come in quite so straight to Arguello.
Well, he can't afford to, Larry, because, again, Alex gets such good leverage behind his punches, and his punch is so accurate. Tries to be very careful.
Both fighters headhunting early on here. Arguello oftentimes likes to go to the body. He's not done that against Pryor. Of course, it's tough against the shorter man who's all over you. That was just a push for which Pryor draws a bit of a warning.
But Pryor must, I feel, Larry, he must get Arguello out of there in the early rounds, because the late rounds will definitely belong to Alex.
It was a right hand by Arguello. It did not faze Aaron Pryor, who came back with a left hand of his own. Again, you can't emphasize enough, the crowd is very much pro-Arguello, so when Arguello scores, you're going to hear it a lot more.
Every time Pryor waits, sits and waits, Arguello comes with that uppercut and overhand right. And the same goes for Arguello. If he waits, Pryor comes on strong.
Jab in the face of Pryor thrown by Alexis Arguello. Pryor fighting a little bit more at long range this round.
He's telegraphing, he's reaching. Aaron Pryor's starting to reach now. And it's very, very bad, having against a guy of Arguello's caliber.
Arguello took a right hand from Pryor, mostly on the gloves, but it still forced him back into the ropes. Arguello straight right hand, or rather Pryor a straight right hand, and I believe I see some blood from under the eye. And he took another shot right there.
Although Pryor's landing very well, he has a bad habit of coming straight in with his chin up.
It is just a swelling and not a bleeding under the eye.
See what happened? The right hand, Arguello was able to catch Pryor with that overhand right because Pryor's straight up in front of him. And now I sense fatigue in Aaron Pryor. And you'll see Arguello just take control.
And this is only the third round, and that short right hand, that was the punch that put Kevin Rooney away. He is not in there with Kevin Rooney tonight, but it was a good chopping right hand.
I really believe that
Pryor's starting to get a little arm room. And Pryor playing with Alexis Arguello here for a moment. I can't imagine really that Pryor could be armed, although he was fighting like it for just a moment there. There's a right hand by Arguello.
Well, Pryor has this funny way of throwing a lot of punches, then all of a sudden he plays around and gets his rest, his second win.
That was not a damaging punch by Arguello. Pryor backs off.
Those body shots of Arguello taking a toll.
End of the round, end of round 3. Arguello off the stool and into the center of the ring. Arguello's corner, Eddie Futch telling him, don't wait on it.
Exactly, that was the problem first with Arguello. He was waiting on Pryor, and Pryor shouldn't do the same. He shouldn't wait on Alex.
Pryor missed that uppercut and the right hand.
I can't see this fight going over past 10 rounds, Barry. The pace these guys have set in the very first round, and the big blows that started to land.
Combination by Pryor. Takes a good right hand from Pryor, and Pryor now putting on the pressure on the ropes. It was only the right hand, though, that scored.
The combination to watch from Alex Arguello is that under left uppercut and overhand right, which has been very effective. For Aaron Pryor, any particular punch, because he's very strong and carries a good punch in both hands.
And the jab now. Arguello starting to tick off the face of Aaron Pryor. It's not damaging, but again, it's one of those things that over a period of time can wear a man down. That right hand caught Arguello on the gloves, but he did score with an uppercut, another left hand. Arguello back to the right hand of his own. I don't believe Pryor's hurt. I think he was feigning injury there. I do not believe he was hurt by that.
You know, Arguello threw some body shots in that third round, and I felt they were effective against Aaron Pryor. See, Pryor cannot do this, Barry. He can't back up. Arguello gets too much leverage and expresses his reach that he has.
Arguello is marked with a swelling under the eye. It does not appear to be appreciably worse in this round. Pryor is unmarked. That was mostly on the gloves.
These guys have been in tremendous shape because they've both been landing big punches.
Counter punch with the left hand by Arguello. Pryor with a left hand of his own.
Pryor can throw punches from all angles. You notice the way he bobs and weaves, throws it with the left hand, the right hand. He's capable of throwing punches from all angles.
It becomes very difficult to hit, too, just with that head roll that he has. He just makes a very tough target. That was an overhand right at the bell.
The big man's thoughts, you wonder what's going on inside that great old fighting head.
The left hook by Arguello. Panama Lewis telling Pryor to double jab and come with the right. Another right hand by Arguello.
Well, I'm sure the way things look now, Alex Arguello was instructed to pick the pace up and not to fall asleep on Pryor. Pryor, on the other hand, was told, work that left jab, get inside.
I would tend to agree with Larry. I don't really think there is any arm weariness on the part of Pryor. Both of them really seem to have their legs under them, too, and that, of course, is the real telltale.
Well, they both now look really alert.
Straight left-hand jab, although Pryor has not doubled up on the jab as his corner exhorted him to do. There he did, a double jab and a right hand.
Pryor still making the mistake of falling in with his chin. And every time he do that, he's going to be tagged with an overhand right.
As though he is fighting a controlled fight, trying to pace himself a little bit. Pryor, of course, has been the aggressor from the opening bell.
Well, Arguello, the way he's fighting now, he's concentrating. He's trying to figure out what should be more effective. You'll notice he'll go to the body on Pryor with that left uppercut.
Looks like Arguello is almost trying to measure Aaron Pryor. He's not fighting at long range, but by the same token, he's trying not to let Pryor get on top of him.
Well, also, Barry, you see he'll start going low with his punches. Arguello will start throwing punches under.
There was a good left hook by Arguello, but it did not hurt Pryor, who smiles back at him and takes the right hand from Arguello.
Watch the right hand by Arguello. If he has time to set it up. But Pryor is in there.
That missed.
Wait, step back.
Referee Stanley Christodoulou breaking the 2.
Every time Aguero tries to set Pryor for a combination, Pryor has the ability to throw his rhythm off, because he comes back with a series of his combinations.
Pryor rarely will throw one punch, all in combinations, and that's the way it's said. Right hand by Arguello. Pryor's not hurt, backs away from it. Pryor sticks a jab in the face of Arguello.
And see, Arguello can't deal with a boxer. He has trouble with all boxers, and Pryor's doing the right thing now, side to side.
At the bell, and rushing off the stool at Alexis Arguello. Arguello being told to keep the jab in his face. Swelling does not really look to be very much worse than it was when it happened in the second round.
You see Pryor's back to boxing again. I think he realized that it gives Arguello trouble. Lateral movement, sticking left jab out, changing direction with the right hand. But he can't leave that left jab out too long. He can't float his punches.
Long right hand. Pryor looks all business here.
Well, he's very serious, Barry. In fact, both fighters are very serious.
This fight had all the billings, of course. Brawler, boxer, good versus evil. What it all comes down to is two guys in an 18-foot square.
What Aaron Pryor needs to do now, because he's doing the same thing over, he's too repetitious in his style and his tactics. He needs to feint a little bit more.
That was a little bit short. And that was not. That hurt Arguello. Arguello holds on here as Pryor forces the attack.
That was a good right hand. That was a cut over Arguello's left eye, just above it.
Now that could be a factor. That is in the area where the blood could get in the eye. So the cut alongside the left eye, and it's being looked at by Stanley Christodoulou, who says box on.
Again, I don't see this fight going on 10 rounds. These guys throwing too much leather, and it's going to take his toll. It has to.
That cut is alongside the eye, I believe, of Alexis Arguello, not above the eye. That right hand did not hurt Pryor.
Pryor's making the mistake of letting that left jab float.
That cut is actually above the left eye of Arguello, not alongside it, right above the eye, toward the right side of the eye. Pryor is trying to work on that as much as he can. And a good right hand by Pryor. And the blood showing all around the eye of Arguello now. That's going to give him a lot of trouble. Arguello has been stopped on cuts once before. In his first loss, as a matter of fact.
Let's see if we can detect when that cut happened. Here's an exchange midway through the round. A clean right hand alongside corner of Arguello working on that cut. And you can be sure that Pryor will work on it as well.
Hay que tirar plato. ¿Ok? Coge aire. ¿Cómo te sientes? ¿Bien? Bien. Bien. Usted primero, 15 segundos. No lo deje con confianza, ¿ok? No lo deje con confianza. Tú tienes que iniciar rally de 4 o 5 rounds. Tú abres con el jab. Tú abres con el jab. Y termina con 4 o 5 golpes. No esperes por él.
Well, the cut is a pretty nasty cut, and now I can't help but wonder if Arguello is not going to have to take the offense here.
Well, unfortunately, Barry, they didn't have a chance to stop the bleeding. And Aaron Pryor's going to hop right back on him.
Pryor has picked up the pace here without question.
That lead-off fight of Aaron Pryor.
Pryor still pressing the action here. Has definitely picked up the tempo. As he knows his man's in trouble. An uppercut, and he right back with the left hand.
That was a beautiful combination.
moment, Aaron Pryor is in control of this fight.
You'll see Aaron Pryor come under with his punches. He throws the overhand right, then follows that right hand with the straight left jab.
Arguello continuing to try to work on the eye, and it is bleeding again. There was a good right hand right on the eye.
Arguello wants to get closer. All he's doing now is stalking Pryor, trying to get close to him, trying to measure him, trying to time him for some particular punch.
Bleeding is not appreciably worse here, as Arguello's corner actually did a pretty good job of that. He's taken a couple of punches on it. It is bleeding a little bit, but it's not bleeding profusely.
Well, the tables can be turned around if Arguello just picked the pace up now, because Pryor has slowed down tremendously than he did earlier.
And that swelling under the eye is getting a little bit worse on Arguello as well. Arguello, right at the moment, again, does not seem to have a lot of sting in his punches either.
Well, he's fighting a bigger man, too.
And there's the right hand, and that might have hurt Pryor. Arguello trying to follow it up, scores with another left hand, but Pryor not stepping back. Pryor does not seem hurt.
Well, Pryor fights harder when he's hurt, as a matter of fact. Because that left hook, that right hand by Arguello was a good, solid punch.
Panama Lewis saying, don't fight his fight, fight your fight. He also said he's a blind fighter. I'm not sure that that's completely accurate. Pryor trying to pick it up here. Arguello still seemingly waiting for an opportunity against Pryor here. Pryor continues to work on the eye. Takes the left hand, but doesn't step back.
But Pryor can't make too many of those mistakes. He has a very bad habit of just walking away from his opponent. And with a fight like Arguello, you can't do that.
Crowd really into this fight, as you can hear. Very much in support of Alexis Arguello, who takes the combination from Aaron Pryor.
I like the way Pryor is utilizing the whole ring. I mean, he's walking, he's stepping side to side, back and forth. The only thing I dislike is the way he keeps his hand. He floats his punches out, especially that left jab. He's vulnerable for an overhand right.
He is showing another whole side of him, though. He has not been completely the brawler in this fight. And he's fighting a very intelligent fight. And a combination scores again. Doesn't hurt Arguello, but nonetheless. For the moment, that cut over Arguello's eye is closed.
Very few men can stand in the ring with Aaron Pryor. Pryor should change directions now. He's going the same direction, and Arguello's going to find him out.
A right hand missed. Referee Stanley Christodoulou warning Arguello, and between rounds, Panama Lewis went over to Christodoulou and said, tell him to keep his punches up. And Pryor trying to paw at the eye of Arguello.
Watch what happens when Arguello goes to Aaron Pryor's body and then comes back with his head. Overhand right.
Under 30 seconds remaining in the 8th round. Upstairs, just as you mentioned, Ray. And again, takes a warning for low blows. To solve Pryor just a little bit.
Probably because Pryor was floating up a little bit.
Round 9.
As long as Aaron Pryor is able to maintain his pace, it'd be quite difficult for Arguello to figure him out. But once he slows down, Arguello comes on strong, gains momentum, and start working that body up and back to the head.
Panama Lewis between rounds said to Aaron Pryor, when you get inside, duke him out.
Well, Panama wants Pryor inside to stay there, not to come out back outside. Inside, Pryor's able to get those little short uppercuts.
Pryor is inside now. Takes the right hand from Arguello.
You see it happens every time there. Every time Pryor steps out, his hands are down, and Arguello lands. He connects with punches.
Crowd comes alive now for Alexis Arguello. Pryor fighting away from Cincinnati. Does not feel he's really being accepted by his hometown fans in Cincinnati, although he has no intention of moving. Thought about it for a while. Worked out in New York. Lived with a friend in New York. That was back when he couldn't get fights.
I feel Pryor at this point now, Pryor would do better by boxing. Lateral movement. But he has to be doing something because it's difficult for Arguello to figure him out.
Neither man has been down, and that will surprise a lot of ringside observers, myself included.
Now Pryor should get out of the corner and stay away from the ropes.
There's a right hand that causes Pryor to take a step back. And another right hand by Arguello, but as you mentioned, right, Pryor always comes right back after a punch.
After a big punch, Pryor comes right back. But the mistake he's making, Barry, he's stopping, he's slowing down. And Arguello underhand with that uppercut and an overhand right.
And that cut over Arguello's eye has not been bleeding for the last 2 rounds.
Pryor standing too straight up. He's too erect for a fighter of Arguello's caliber.
That was a right hand by Arguello again, and Pryor now holds on for a moment.
Someone may go down this round. If these guys stand toe-to-toe, someone will go down, I feel.
Combination, 3-punch combination by Pryor, who's now right on top of Arguello. Arguello stays right there and misses 2 shots of his own. Pryor lunges in with a right hand that's over the head of Arguello.
Well, fortunately for both fighters, there's just a few seconds remaining.
Not to the eye, which does appear to be getting a little bit worse, but not in a position that maybe Howard Davis is not hungry enough. That is certainly not the case with Aaron Pryor, who still feels he owes something from the Olympic Games in 1976. He was the favorite to win the lightweight championship in the Olympic Games, and he was beaten twice on split decisions, close decisions, by Howard Davis. Howard Davis fought for $250,000 in his first professional fight. Aaron Pryor fought for $400. He's been a hungry fighter ever since. And this is his biggest payday.
I really felt that this fight wouldn't go beyond 10 rounds. But I have to say, I'm very impressed with both fighters because they're showing championship quality here.
Now you cut that out, I'll send you away from the corner, yeah.
Stanley Christodoulou warning Panama Lewis for coaching. And warning him very vehemently. Larry Merchant has been scoring this fight. We'll talk a little bit toward the end of this round about just how Larry has it up to this point.
I sense that
uppercut by Arguello.
It kind of rocked Pryor. The scene here with these two guys going at it. I look at the way I fought Tommy Hearns. If this fight should end any time, it's just a matter of who has the most heart.
And neither of these fighters has ever been one for heart. Right now, the fight does not have a real rhythm. Nobody is in control right at the moment. It looked for a while as though Aaron Pryor would gain control, but he hasn't.
Pryor's able to sneak right hand and follow that good left hook in. But some of the sting I've known from both fighters' punches.
Right hand by Arguello made Pryor blink, and now there is a little bit of blood showing under the eye of Alexis Arguello. And the blood above the eye has not really shown. Pryor showing that sort of quasi-bolo punch that he says Sugar Ray Leonard stole from him.
I stole from him.
There's a right hand by Arguello. And a right hand by Pryor.
I still have Pryor very, very slightly ahead in this fight. 5-4-1.
Coming to the 11th round, so it's an either-way proposition as Larry Merchant sees it. All fights have an ebb and flow. I'm not sure this one really has. Pryor is the only one who at any time has shown like he was starting to dictate the tempo, but really that was for a short period of time. Other than that, it has been give and take. Good combination by Pryor. And Pryor right back on top of Arguello. The blood for the moment has stopped.
So, you know, they always respected Alex Arguello's punching talent and skills. And now I'm quite sure they're going to appreciate and respect Aaron Pryor because he's displayed so much versatility in this ring.
All right, cut it out. That's enough. Stanley Christodoulou continuing to talk to Pryor's corner. Pryor trying to work on the eye. There is no blood showing right at the moment. There's a right hand by Arguello. And Pryor backs up for the moment. And another right hand by Arguello. Pryor does not seem to be hurt. Arguello being very patient. He has not thought himself, I don't think, that he's hurt Pryor. Because he has not really come after it.
As long as Aaron Pryor stands there for a while, then moves, you notice Arguello can't get set.
Pryor back with a combination of his own. Blood still is stopped.
Now Pryor should walk away at this point here. Or at least he's got away from the ropes. Smart thing to do.
Both men at this point look highly capable of going 15 rounds should it become necessary.
Arguello's trying to pick the pace up now.
Arguello misses a wild right hand. Arguello has not missed a lot of punches. He's been thrifty with his punches. There's a hard right hand by Arguello, but Pryor did not take one step back. Tough kid.
Those were some devastating punches by Alex Arguello. Some of this team has left Arguello because if not, I feel Pryor would have been down.
Pryor coming back with an attack of his own. Takes two more from Arguello. Pryor does not seem hurt. Combination by Arguello again. The uppercut and the overhand right. Back with another overhand right. Pryor smiles at him at the bell.
I have no idea why Aaron Pryor wanted any more of those shots. There's a straight right hand earlier in the round. It was later in the round that Arguello landed 3 or 4 of those, and let's take a look at them. A body shot followed by a right hand, under and over. That is a sign of a... Here out, it's just conditioning and will.
As you see it now, the fight's dead even.
It's just about dead even, yes.
And the pace picking up.
Both men throwing bombs the whole time.
Just make you glad you made the decision you made.
I'm so happy I've retired.
Pryor trying to go to the body. Pryor. The eye of Arguello seems to be no worse over the last 3 rounds.
Well, Aaron Pryor definitely needs to keep that pace going. As long as he slows down and falls asleep, Arguello is going to continue to connect with some beautiful combinations like he did the last round.
Pryor has been stepping up the pace a little bit in this round. Pryor with a combination. Arguello wobbles for a moment. Goes back against the ropes. I think that might have hurt him. And Arguello with a right hand. Pryor's legs wobble for a minute. Give and take from the very first round.
Unbelievable, Bert. These guys, I just can't, I can't picture anyone being able to take those punches.
Both these fighters in superb condition. Excellent fight. Uppercut by Arguello. That right hand missed. A right hand by Pryor, right on the eye of Arguello.
You know, Arguello is now he's doubling that right hand up. He goes to the body with it and comes back up to the head. He's changed up completely with that overhand right.
Pryor lunges with that right, and Arguello missed the uppercut.
Arguello is going to the body, so Aaron Pryor should go to the body. With the fight at this pace, those body shots really take his toll.
The right hand was caught in the glove by Pryor. The left scored, the right on the glove. Bit of blood showing once more from the eye of Arguello, but it is not any more of a problem now than it was 4 rounds ago. There's a right hand uppercut that caught Pryor leaning in, but again he didn't hurt him. And Pryor continues to work on the eye of Arguello. And another good right hand and a left hand. Pryor now had Arguello grabbing for a moment. Pryor up off the stool. Incidentally, that was the first time between that rounds that I've seen Aaron Pryor draw a deep breath. Pryor forces the attack. This is the 13th round. It is still anybody's guess. Toe-to-toe. Nobody really doing much damage, but toe-to-toe slugging.
Barry, notice Arguello's way he throws his left hand. I believe something's wrong with it. He's hitting open glove now.
There's a right hand by Pryor. Opens up Arguello for the moment. Pryor leaning into his man now. There's a right hand by Arguello and a left hand back. And Pryor seems to be just a step slow right now.
Well, you look at the way that Arguello's delivering those body shots.
I believe a little bit of the starch has gone out of Aaron Pryor's legs.
Must have really trained for this fight. He's showing so much stamina here and endurance.
Well, there always was some question as to just how much he did train for a fight. In this case, I don't think there's any question at all, win or lose.
Well, he's really thinking also.
There's a right hand, snaps the head back, and Pryor is hurt. That was the best punch of the fight. And I mean right on the button. That was like target practice.
That was a beautiful right hand. I
mean, I just don't know how anybody else. Pryor is throwing his punches a little bit. He's lunging a little bit now. I don't know that he's particularly physically tired, but I think his legs are a little bit shot.
Oh, yes, he's taking some good shots. But again, Barry, you have to appreciate this man's in tip-top shape.
Aaron Pryor, and it'll hurt just as much.
But you can appreciate from this angle
He
here.
had to win idea. Aaron Pryor now in Never Never Land for him. He has never gone into the 14th round of any fight. Combination by Pryor. And a left hand snaps the head of Arguello back. Arguello is wobbling, breathing through his mouth. Pryor being patient. Right hand. That's one of those, here it comes, and it's still scored. Pryor a left jab and a combination again. And Arguello's in trouble. Arguello in big trouble against the ropes. Pryor going for
A las imágenes, Hoosier Park en Indiana. Ve usted cómo el jinete pierde control del caballo. Mark Murphy, el jockey, cae. El potro, sin embargo, sigue corriendo. Ve usted cómo salta ahí el barandal o la barra y comienza a correr junto a la gente. Ve usted.
The trainer of the year. New Mexico's Mr. Boxing for 1994. Danny Romero. Thank you, and this is a title. I hope will win it again. And if he does, I made a deal tonight that the greatest fighter to come out of New Mexico, the light heavyweight champion, Bob Foster, will challenge Big George for the heavyweight title. To Bob Foster, an all-time great and Hall of Fame member, we give this plaque in recognition. Bob.
It's always an honor and a pleasure to stand in front of my fellow New Mexicans and receive such an award as this. Thank you very much. I'm not going to fight George Foreman, though.
Some healer people that are coming in to get him up. And Donnie, as you say, Michael was just getting back,
right,
healed up.
I mean, you know, he's had one thing, you know, whenever you know that you're not sharp, you want to do it, you won't do it. One thing after another. This guy's tough. Now, he's saying, all right. He said, did I ride him? Did I make the whistle? Did I get a re-ride?
Donnie, you have said it
Look
1,000 times.
Look at the flak jacket. See that flak jacket ripped open?
It's a game of inches, and how close. We saw that bull take a glancing blow on his forehead.
You know that it's not if you get hurt. It's just a question of when and how bad. But, you know, as a bull rider, you have to deal with that.
Oh, last time we saw Michael ride was in Texas, Donnie, and he was still having troubles then. We're moving on to Leslie Doyle getting set to ride. We had a chance to talk to Leslie just a little bit earlier.
Part of this.
Here he comes.
Make a bull ride, kiddo. They said this was a young bucker right here. Look at the bird. Oh, don't miss. Oh, no. Oh, boy, Leslie Doyle. I mean, don't let prosperity get you, Leslie.
Oh, Donnie
got him right here. And I want you to, and I know just what he thought. He thought, spur him. He thought, now give it to him. The bull thought, oh, no, you don't. And I mean, that's just how.
Look over the horns.
Hey, this kid's only 19 years old. But now watch him take a hold and try to hang on to this bull now. Look at the hat rack on. If he runs over a cowboy or a clown, he looks like a weenie on the stick. Bull not having near the day. We've seen him just spin right in the gate, but hit him on the fence. Get off, JW.
There you go.
Now get up.
Paul, to be willing to march into hell for a heavenly cause.
Indelible memory in heavyweight boxing in Kinshasa, Zaire. After 8 rounds of the unique and unforgettable rope-a-dope strategy, Muhammad Ali lashed out with the punches that floored George Foreman and ended his reign as heavyweight champion of the world. Just this past Thursday, Foreman weighs in again for another heavyweight title shot. His weight, 250 pounds. Heavyweight champion Michael Moore weighing in at 220. Of the tape, you see the 19-year age differential, although Moore will be 27 next week.
And took his family to a shelter for the night. Is he on high ground or deep water tonight?
And what about Moore, who on the advice of trainer Teddy Atlas did not look Foreman in the eye during referee?
That's one thing you can't miss.
There are a lot of targets where George is standing. Expect Moore to start off working behind the right jab that served him so well in the battle with Holyfield.
Jim, both fighters' best punch is their jab. Foreman's left jab and Moore's right jab are their most effective punches, so it should be easy to see who's going to control who with the left jab.
There was a time, Gil, when George's telephone pole left jab was regarded as one of the most effective ever in the sport. Still?
Well, he's a big man. If he can put that power behind that left jab. But again, it's not as quick as Moore's, and Moore can hook off that jab, and George can't.
Both men have landed early. Beginning taste of the opponent's power. And if you think you've seen Foreman's shorts before, they are the same trunks that he wore in the ring against Muhammad Ali, October 30, 1974 in Kinshasa, Zaire.
And there's that hook off the jab by Moore, and it landed solidly. And the way I always have my guys fight when they're fighting a southpaw is move to the right, and that's what George is doing. Right now, he's dictating the movements in the ring.
So Moore following Foreman as Foreman moves the left foot away from Moore's right jab and tries to stay away from Moore's left hand. Moore not working with the left much so far, jabbing and hooking with the right. Foreman throwing mostly left jab.
And the way Moore is moving now, he could be moving right into that clubbing right hand of George Foreman.
Moore vowed to us that he would not stand still and allow Foreman to get in more than one shot at a time.
George's left eye is starting to swell already.
That eye swelled up so badly in the fight against Alex Stewart. And some of us think, Gil, that that eye has never really fully recovered from the beating Stewart gave him. George got
nice right hand by George Foreman.
Yep,
right down the pipe.
Through the guard. Moore trying to get to the body with the left. George is a forest of defense up there. Right hand underneath for Foreman. Moore has to reach up to stick the jab. Tough, Gil?
Well, Moore has never done very, very well as far as knocking guys out when they're real big men, like Mike the Giant White went 10 with him, Bone Crusher Smith went 10. So big men apparently do bother Michael Moore a little bit. Nice right-hand counter by George Foreman. His hand
heavy contact for Foreman down the stretch of the first round. Cut man in Foreman's corner. You can see that they've greased up the left side of his face where the mouth begins to appear under his left eye.
Well, he couldn't have a better cut man than Angelo Dundee.
But on the other hand, George refuses to sit down between rounds, Gil, and stands up. Does that make it harder for the cut man to do his work?
Absolutely. I spoke to George about that there when I interviewed him. Good left hand by Moore. And he said he hadn't made up his mind yet, but it looks like a compromise. But I've never seen it before. He has a very high stool in his corner. So maybe he's going to compromise that way. But so far, he stood up between rounds, and poor Angelo has to reach all the way up to try to take care of him.
Something of a bar stool for the teetotaling preacher.
And again, Moore is moving. I don't like the way Moore is moving to his left.
Making it possible for Foreman to land. Moore is still standing well within contact range for Foreman. I don't think we've seen him yet follow Atlas's instructions to move away and put more distance between himself and George.
Well, if he moved to his right, he'd take himself completely out of George's punching range. And George's punches are not the fastest in the world. I think he'd be able to really do a job with the jab and the right hook if he moved to his right, but he's not doing that.
They threw an equal number of punches in round number one, but according to punch-stat numbers, Moore landed at twice as high a rate. Foreman's able to stick the jab effectively. He hasn't landed one of those right hands from distance yet. Got one underneath in round one. Sharp right by Moore, who seems to be gaining confidence. Many times in our coverage of southpaw fighters, George has harped on the strategy of throwing the right-hand lead over the top against the southpaw. That time he got a chance to do it inside from short range.
Well, if he tries to do that from the outside, he's going to get nailed coming in.
So he's got to get close to throw that right-hand lead. Moore stepping inside again. Now he moves back away. Foreman goes right hand to the body. Moore concentrating on the jab in this round.
Jab and hook. Good straight right hand by Big George Foreman.
Back Moore up. Good right hand by Moore. Solid right right hand by Foreman. That time again, from close range, he was able to throw the right hand lead. He and Foreman have thrown equal numbers of punches.
I had mentioned that both fighters' best punch has been their jab, and so far Moorer has scored a lot more with his jab and right hook, excuse me, than George has.
No work on the left eye between rounds in Foreman's corner. You notice Dundee calls him stunned. Same thing he used to call Sugar Ray Leonard.
Well, again, Teddy Atlas between rounds told Moorer to move to his right, but he had better get Moorer's attention because he's moving exactly the opposite way.
Moving to his left and therefore toward Foreman's right hand.
That's correct.
Atlas working as though his respect for Foreman decreases from round to round. I have a sense here, Gil, that Moorer feels as though he has felt Foreman's power and it's not going to hurt him. That could be a big mistake.
Well, again, we have mentioned that George really doesn't have that big snap. His hands aren't as fast as they used to be, but the accumulation of punches by this big, heavy guy can really start putting some pressure on you. And as Larry mentioned, which is true, he's really trying to put his will on Michael Moorer.
George landed a 1-2, and then Moorer snaps his head back with 2 consecutive jabs. Imposing his will how, Gil?
By just keeping that pressure on, not getting rattled, got nailed in, couple of good solid punches.
You saw that right hook that Moorer can bring behind the jab. He's so efficient with the right hand.
And that's the one thing that George can't do. He cannot hook off his jab. But again, he's throwing those clubbing punches now, and they can accumulate. And Atlas is allowing him to get off. Atlas, excuse me, Michael Moorer.
I did the same thing.
Teddy's not doing the fighting.
We've begun to think of them as being so intertwined that they're almost the same person in there. Moorer misses with the right, but lands the left. Much quicker getting his punches away than George. That's no big surprise.
You can see Foreman loading up with that right hand. I'm surprised that Moorer couldn't see it.
Well, I'm not sure he's worried about it, Gil. He's putting himself in positions where he'll take a lot of contact.
But he's not countering when George misses.
Solid left hand over the top by Moorer. Backing Foreman up again. One of the articles of faith in the sport is that the punch that really hurts you is the one you don't see coming. There aren't going to be many of George's punches that Moorer won't see coming.
It surprised me the last round. George was really telegraphing his punches, and he was still able to get him off on Michael Moorer.
Is Moorer one of those fighters, Gil, who has a tendency to fight at his opponent's pace?
Well, that's what Teddy Atlas is trying to wake him up to not to do. He says, don't let him BS you. He says, he's trying to slow the pace down. You keep a fast pace the way Moorer did at the very end of the last round.
Let him out clean, let him out clean.
Moorer again landing the snapping jab here early in round 4. There's Foreman with the right hand lead, made possible by Moorer standing in close to him.
They haven't been 5 feet from the ropes in this fight. You know, this ring could have been 10 feet square.
You think a big ring would help Michael Moorer, but the way these guys fight, they both fight flat-footed. Nobody's doing too much side-to-side movement, the bobbing and weaving. They're both stand-up fighters, and again, trying to move. A nice combination by George, and an answer back from Michael Moorer.
Yeah, they're fighting at a pace and style which, in theory, ought to benefit George Foreman, but Moorer continues to do pretty well. And that jab is really snapping George's head back now.
And again, you know, with George, a 45-year-old skin, he should start to mark up from the result of those punches.
Crowd goes nuts as George lands a pawing right hand. They're hoping.
Amazing, Gil. I've watched George Foreman for 25 years, I guess. I don't know if I can count 10 times that he's taken steps backward. Just keeps coming and coming. That can wear a fighter down.
That's what we had mentioned. The fact that he puts that mental pressure on you by keep coming and clubbing at you. Clubbing the side, clubbing you on the head.
He's going to get his chances because the champion, Michael Moore, seems increasingly willing to step up into George's range, stand inside Foreman's power, and try to pound away with his right hand. There's a straight right again. Left hook by Foreman landed on the side of Moore's head. Moore comes in and lands the left of his own. Just as the right-hand lead ought to work in theory for Foreman, you should say the same thing about the left-hand lead for Moore.
My scorecard is very close to yours, Larry. I gave Moore 3 rounds and 1 to George, but the 1 round I called very, very close. That was the 2nd round.
In round 4,
The fight I had easy. The round I had easy.
In round 4, Moore greatly stepped up his activity level. He threw 65 punches in that round. That's a lot closer to the number that Teddy Atlas would like to see, as he hopes that his fighter will wear down the 45-year-old challenger.
Maybe the other way around, the way George is moving those big ponderous arms now.
George with a strong start in round 5. Moore is still standing right in front of him.
And again, you see George clubbing away with those big ponderous arms, and they will get to you after a while.
Yeah, if Moore is going to stand there, he'd do well to throw punches all the time.
And Moore now is fighting with his mouth open. Not really gasping for breath yet, but he looks like he's starting to feel the effects of the pressure.
Says that he trained well, although some look at the weight, 222, 8 pounds more than what he brought into the ring against Holyfield, and say, well, maybe he's not in the same shape.
There was a case where George set him up with that right hand, but just couldn't pull the trigger. That's those slowed reflexes. He didn't have the reflexes against Tommy Morrison, and as you get older, they don't figure to get any better.
There are the right hands. Moore landing 2 in rapid-fire succession. Left hand over the top lands for Moore. Foreman takes another step backward.
I'm surprised that Moore is not trying to throw more body punches. He's just out there fencing with George.
I think he thinks he's going to knock him out. I thought that he would fight cautiously and work for a decision. But he now looks to me as though he thinks he's going to be able to knock Foreman out. And he thinks he'll do it by standing in front of him and trading shots.
Well, hitting that big man can get him very, very tired. Trying to move a big, big body.
He's making a lot of contact, though, Gil.
Now he finally throws a couple of punches to the body.
He should keep doing that. Another one to the body.
If George was sitting here, he would say those punches are going to have an effect later in the fight.
Exactly what George would say. Money in the bank.
And George has been landing some pretty good punches in the last 20 seconds. There's that straight right hand again from George. He's starting to get Moore's respect.
No chanting so far. Crowd seems a little uncertain as to how to try to lift Foreman.
There's a good snapping jab from George.
And there are 2 right hands from Moore. Again, Moore goes back to...
Once again, 2 right hands, 2 hard, clean right hands. I don't think I've ever seen...
Strange Duck, he's a guy that's a natural right-hander who's boxing southpaw.
Brushes his teeth with his right hand, shoots full with his left hand, writes with his right hand. He's really a mixed bag. You could call him ambidextrous. It serves him to great advantage in the ring, where his right hand is the stronger hand and the lead hand.
And George is landing some of those left jabs. Again, Moore is trying to fence with a bigger man, where he should be using a little bit of movement and setting up George for those counters. You can just see George flat-footed, not moving. Good right uppercut from George Foreman.
Yeah, first time we've seen the uppercut to great effect, and that's a punch that George thinks he can hurt Moore with, particularly from this range.
Snappy punches from George Foreman. Those punches had a little snap on them. Good right hand by George Foreman.
Showing some quickness in there.
That's exactly what Michael Moore should be doing, throwing that right hook underneath. Then he can set up that straight left hand.
Moore with an uppercut of his own, followed by a hook. Uppercut, hook, both with the right hand. There's Foreman coming up underneath. They've gotten so close to each other, I'm suspecting we're going to see more and more uppercuts as the rounds progress. Moore allowing Foreman to land, and the big man is getting off to good effect in round 6.
Also getting hit with some pretty solid counters from Michael Moore.
But what the crowd is responding to is that George's blows appear to be the heavier shots now. That's the price George can pay when he opens up. Solid right hand by Moore. Foreman's left eye beginning to close.
Go ahead, go hold my hand. The battle of the jabs is being won by Michael Moore.
He finally threw a left cross there and almost landed.
Be a little close now, so this is combination. Move to the right. Here time you move over to the right.
Try sliding to the right a little bit. Get away from 1% of his punches. Foreman landed 63% of his punches in return.
And again, Moore winning the battle of the jabs.
Here comes the chance. So when they trade jabs, you see that as an advantage for Moore.
Absolutely. But the thing that Moore has not been able to do is set George up for that straight left hand. And again, I think he could do it if he would throw that right hand underneath. Foreman has been actually taking more chances with his right hand than Michael Moore has with his straight left.
Well, remember that Moore was essentially cautious against Holyfield, particularly after the early knockdown. If it made sense to be cautious against Holyfield, it makes even more sense to be cautious against Foreman.
There was another example where George Foreman just couldn't pull a trigger. Michael Moore was wide open for a right hand, but George couldn't let the punch go.
Foreman landed underneath to the body. Moore still jabbing and hooking with that right hand.
George Foreman has slowed to a walk now. He's just walking around the ring, and again, Moore walking right with him instead of using a little movement to set George up. Nice straight right hand down the pipe by George. That's what Michael Moore has to do. When Moore misses with that ponderous right hand, he's going to have to counter. So far, he's not been successful with counter punches at all.
Moore in close is going to himself, pop, pop, pop. And George is old enough to be his pop.
I was just going to say, do you think he's calling pop or... Again, Moore lets George get away with that right hand lead when he misses. When George misses, he has to counter.
But Moore so far prefers throwing the right hand to the left. He finally did it, didn't he? Yep. Smashed the left against Foreman's jaw.
Now Michael is moving to his right the way I really think he should be moving. When he does that, I think things are easy for him.
Lands the jab with metronome consistency.
I think the myth of George's power has been exposed. I don't know who writes Teddy Atlas's scripts, but sign him up.
Yeah, I think Teddy's having another big night. 7 rounds in the books. Harold Letterman, how do you see it so far?
Jim, 6 rounds to 1, 69-64, a commanding 5-point lead for Michael Moorer. I still say boxing judges are impressed with guys that got snapped, guys that can step forward, guys that throw harder shots, and guys that get off first. And Michael Moorer is doing all those things. Judge Foreman just too much pouring, and he's just throwing those shots too slow.
All right, at the end of the last round, I thought Michael Moorer had found the key. He was moving to his right, and he was really picking George apart. He comes out this round, and he goes right back to his left again. And again, you said Teddy Atlas is having a big night. He'll have a big night if he can make Michael Moorer do what he wants him to do. Big right hand. That's the best right hand of the fight by George Foreman.
And Moorer was hurt by that right hand, and he backs into a stationary position against the rope.
And a right uppercut by George. George knows he hurt him.
And now Moorer stops George in his tracks with a right. But here comes the big man again. Moorer almost got into that parallel position against the rope, which has given him trouble before, Gil.
That's one of a real no-no in boxing. I mean, that's one of the first things you learn. You never put your back flat against the ropes because you're a wide-open target and you can't get any leverage on your own punches.
And when Michael backed up off that right hand by Foreman, he almost did it. Near trip by George. They keep going. Referee Joe Cortez having a very quiet night in there, and that's good. You think Moorer has fully recovered from that right hand now, Gil?
Yes, he has.
The question is whether George is recovered, because he's now trying to take a break, it looks like.
Left and a right inside by Moorer. Sizzling.
When Michael Moorer moves to his right, he has it all his own way. One thing you have to give George credit for, though, is credit and will to win.
The early right hand by Foreman seemed to serve eventually as a wake-up call for Moorer, who has come on to have a very strong last 2 minutes in this round.
Come on, we got it. Come on.
Uppercut by Moorer blasted Foreman's chin backward. And George makes it out of the round that bedeviled him in Zaire 20 years ago.
You were stupid at the beginning, but you got smart.
I'd stop worrying. Maybe I shouldn't.
Well, George has got such a strong mind, Larry. You know, a lot of fighters get knocked out because they lose their will to win. But George has got that great competitive spirit. Doesn't get discouraged. And believe me, he's getting hit with some hard punches because Michael Moorer's right hand is his most effective punch. And he's nailed George with some good, solid shots.
30 knockouts in 35 fights for Moorer. He is not short on power at all.
Let him out, let him out. Come on, let's go.
And referee Joe Cortez is really doing a good job. He's right on top of the action when he has to be, and he disappears when he should.
I think he's terrific. Slow motion right that sailed over Moorer's head by Foreman.
Well, George just did what he should do. He should aim that right hand right at Moorer's chest. At least he'll hit something, and sometimes Moorer can duck into a punch like that. But you don't, when it's going over his head, you tell your fighter, start aiming it at his chest. Especially with George's bulk. He'll move him back if he hits him on the chest.
Moorer stepping inside and going to the body himself. Foreman throwing fewer and fewer punches now, it seems, as rounds 8 and 9 have progressed.
But again, Moorer is not using too much movement again. But anytime he makes any movement at all, it makes him so much more effective. There he is again, just like a little slide to the right and snap the jab. It's when he stands in front of George and tries to fence with George that he's fighting George's fight.
And there's not much point in feinting with George because George reacts so slowly, you don't get much benefit from the feint, right? delivered a right hand up the middle. Lancing blow there. Moore still snapping George's head back from time to time with the jab. Win or lose, George is going to have a left eye swollen shut tonight. Rare left-hand shot by Moore. Right hand landed for Foreman. Crowd relatively quiet as round 9 comes to a close. It's scheduled for 12.
To use Teddy Atlas's metaphor, Moore kept the antique car in the driveway in that round by being active.
Because he's punches, his activity level dropping now. Earlier in the fight, he was routinely throwing between 50 and 60 punches in each round.
Again, George's best punch is still that left jab. That's the one punch he's been able to score with. They just scored with it again. He can still snap a left jab out, but not do much else.
Moore with a heavy shot on the hip from Foreman, and as he took that blow below the belt, Joe Cortez walked casually past Foreman and said, "George, don't do that." Right hand landed there, and another. And a right and a left, and suddenly Moore stops punching, and it's Foreman's initiative.
And there's that competitive spirit of George is coming out again. He feels he's nailed Moore with a good punch, and he's a good finisher. He knows how to do it, but he's in with a tough guy.
And remember, Atlas told Moore George is going to try to find a moment here to steal the crowd and get them psyched up. That looked like it might have been it for a while, but now George stops punching again and takes jabs for his trouble. Foreman wading in to set up a left hook, and another left hook. And another left hook shot that missed.
George is so tired, though, Jim. If he misses a punch, he goes completely off balance. I have to give him all the credit in the world, but again, he's a 45-year-old man in a young man's game. But look at that competitive spirit coming out now.
Great right hand landing for Foreman. He's had a pretty good round here in number 10.
Again, Atlas didn't counter. Atlas, here we go again with the Atlas. Michael Moore is down.
Goes Moore on a right hand. An unbelievably close-in right hand shot. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It happened. It happened.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Here's a guy I said was a clubber.
As referee Joe Cortez waved his arms over Moore, George Foreman knelt in prayer in the neutral corner.
You know, this was a 2-to-1 fight, but in my mind it was a gazillion to 1 that George Foreman could ever win the heavyweight championship again. This is a really remarkable achievement, and it has to stand on its own. We're in a show and tell medium, and show does it all.
So some of the old power was still there after all.
It sure fooled me. Didn't show it in the entire fight where it came from.
Well, we mentioned that he was having a strong round. He had set up some blows, and then that right hand anesthetized Michael Moore.
It sure did. And that's the one thing I said George couldn't do. He couldn't get you out with one punch. But boy, he sure fooled me and Michael Moore.
You see the blood welling up behind Moore's lips as he momentarily went to sleep. The 68th man in 26 years to have fallen before the professional fury of George Foreman.
Hey, wait till next time.
Well, I can say the best man won tonight.
Thank you very much, Michael. Back to you, Jim and Gil.
This Robinson, LaMotta. Since those magic days of the Hearns and the Leonards and the Haglers. This is what the middleweight classes have been waiting for. James Toney, Roy Jones.
Undefeated IBF super middleweight champion. His presence dominates that division. Roy Jones Jr. Rocky Graziano took on the man of steel, Tony Zale, for the third time. And for the...
I have a couple of questions that might be out in our viewers' minds right now. Young Dick Tiger is neither young nor related to Dick Tiger, who was a great middleweight champion of his time. Round one.
Thinks that Roberto Duran is a shot fighter, even though it was Duran who put Pazienza down for the first time in his career. After that fight, by the way, Duran, who was ranked number 8 in the world, has slipped out of the top 10 to number 14. And he has Pazienza on his mind, but right now looks at Heath Todd, who is having probably for Heath a religious experience right now. In the ring with, can't even call him Roberto, doesn't have the courage to call him Roberto, Mr. Duran. But one thing he does have in the ring is courage. Heath Todd is a brawler. He is on one hand, it's great heart, never quits, has that mauling style, but on the other hand, it's a face-first style, very wide-open target, which Duran hopes is made to order for him.
Well, he hopes Duran is overlooking him. He says, because when he says I'm a Kansas City fighter, but I'm not a bad fighter. Vinny Pazienza, after that fight with Duran, he moved up to number 6 in the world. Vinny Pazienza, I'm sure, watching with great intent tonight, trying to do his homework. They are scheduled to fight January 14th.
Well, Duran certainly opened up the first salvo, and we'll be seeing Vinny, actually. He'll have his equal time. November 8th will be in Ledyard, Connecticut, at Foxwoods when he faces Randy Williams. And I'm sure he'll have his rebuttal for all the kind words Roberto had to say about the Tasmanian Devil a little early. And Roberto right now knows that he's going to have to work a little here against Heath Todd, the Heathen.
The Heathen. Well, the Heathen is coming out tonight with a brawler style, as he said. He's got quick hands. His best punch, he says, is a right cross. He is...
Duran slips, he goes down, but not happy that his knees hit the canvas.
No, not at all. That's embarrassing when that happens. And it is extremely important for Roberto Duran to make a good impression tonight, not only on the face of Heath Todd, but also for somebody else watching him. In this fight, big argument in the back. There is a good overhand right from Duran about the gloves. Normally super middleweights wear 10-ounce gloves. They are in 8-ounce tonight.
The advantage to the harder punching Roberto Duran, who also, this fight originally, I understand, was contracted for 163 pounds. But when Heath Todd got here, Duran was at 168 and said that's what the deal was for, which made Todd have to come up even more. Todd's the kind of fighter who can make 154. Closing seconds of round 1. It's scheduled for 10.
against fighters that he could control the pace and the tempo against. The fighters like Heath Todd.
Heath Todd was 2 months old when Roberto Duran stepped in the ring for his first professional fight in March of 1967. And he won a 4-round decision as a bantamweight against Carlos Mendoza.
Well, Heath Todd started boxing about 11 and 12 years old. He got into boxing because his brother was a boxer and he didn't know it, but he hid in the bushes and followed his brother to the gym. He said, I learned that from my Cherokee Indian background. I followed my brother to the gym and then started taking boxing up there. He had about 30 amateur fights.
Well, he's made up for lost time. He was turned pro in 92. He had 11 fights in 92, 15 fights in 93, and 7 here already in 1994.
Turning it up a bit this round is Duran.
Roberto Duran, 3 months off of the Pazienza fight, and you know, he weighed in at 167. He's got to be over 170 pounds right now, and does not look the snappy 163 but 3 months ago against Pazienza. These are the fights that you really, as Roberto said, you really can have some problems, although he nails Heath Todd right there. And you know, you understand, you look at the Roberto Duran's fights. Oh, on the turnaround, Heath Todd gets a free one in there. He apologizes, but he got the shot in. That's his all-time high. Looks like he's going to break out into tears.
Yeah, I thought he was going to ask for the autograph when they went out for the instructions.
But, you know, you see some of the losses to Duran when he really didn't come in prepared for fights. Kirkland Lang, Patton Lawler. Well, Heath Todd add his name to the list.
Well, that's what he was looking for in this fight.
But Duran looks tired here in the second round. Coming in a little wider than the last time we saw him. Inside 20 seconds to go in the second. He's in against a guy who's only been down once in 29 fights.
Good body shot.
And we will pause now for a word from your local cable systems. Recent note, Jose Luis Ramirez had 111 fights. Carlos Monzon had 100 on the nose. This is fight number 104 for Roberto Duran. You know, I think back in that Sean Fitzgerald fight, which was here at Bay St. Louis, fight in which Fitzgerald actually won the first 5 rounds against Duran, and then it was in the 6th. Duran got his spot and clocked Fitzgerald for the knockout victory. Roberto will, you know, he sees the openings, he makes the openings with his shoulders, with his head fakes, inside those short punches, and he's just looking for his spot on Heath Todd. Doesn't feel as if Todd can hurt him.
He said, age has made me more crafty. Now Roberto Duran says, I can't waste my punches.
There's that straight right hand to Heath Todd. You know, there are many fighters who come in behind their jab. Heath Todd usually comes in behind his face. I mean, he will be there for Roberto Duran. Frisky 2 rounds for Heath Todd. Looks like he, too, here in the 3rd is starting to feel it a bit.
Well, he's feeling that weight difference. He's never fought this heavy in his career. Weighed in at 166 today with all of his clothes on. And he's struggling around with Duran. He's trying to move 167 pounds, now 172 pounds. Roberto Duran. And look at the difference in size of these two.
But this fight certainly not taking on that world-class look.
No, not at all. Not at all. And if you're in there with a fighter like Heath Todd, if you're Duran, my initial thought was, you know, if you're in there with him, you got to get this guy out of there before he makes you look bad. Heath Todd is a crafty fighter, one that can hang in there, he can hang tough. He has a good right hand from Duran.
Holding on
smiling.
is Heath Todd.
Smiling is Todd. This is a dream come true.
He could look in the mirror tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
See the bruises on his face and say, those were administered by my idol.
Something to cherish.
Now it's the jab. Roberto Duran just picking Todd apart from the outside. Oh, Roberto Duran. Todd just staying right there for the jab. seconds to go in round number 3. Roberto Duran opening up Heath Todd here in the 3rd round.
Duran moving Todd back to the ropes with a good right hand. Todd hangs on and he pulls the head down of Duran. Buy him a little extra time. Pesky. Heath Todd is just a pesky fighter. Duran trying to land the big shot. Todd doing enough to weather the storm.
Todd has fought only 2 world-class opponents. Steven Martinez, 28-0, who gave Heath a beating, winning a 10-round decision. Todd was outpunched 3-1 by Martinez. Hurt several times, but he lasted the distance. Also against Richie Woodhall, the Commonwealth champion, went over to England to fight him. And Todd never off his feet, but hurt several times, and the fight was finally stopped in the 7th. A very one-sided affair, which this is starting to take the look of. A one-sided affair for Duran. Duran will have a few months to get back into better shape for his next encounter with Vinny Paz. What do you think the Tasmanian Devil is thinking about right now, watching at home on his couch and looking at a Duran that comes in, has to be over 170 pounds?
Yeah, I think we both know what Vinny Pazienza is thinking.
He's on a plane here to Bay St. Louis.
Richie Woodhall fight for Heath Todd that you talked about. He said, I took all of Woodhall's punches. Heath said that. He said, when I started scoring, they stopped the fight. So maybe if he starts scoring in this fight, they'll stop the fight on him. I don't know, Heath Todd still looks to be in awe of Roberto Duran.
In his 104th professional fight, Roberto Duran has probably 104 different ways he can beat Heath Todd. Heath Todd has only one way that he knows how to fight.
Yeah, and he said he was going to use that tonight. Fight plan was to stick and move, head movement, speed, and outpoint Roberto Duran and use parrying. And I don't think we've seen very much of that, if any of that. Heath Todd said he wants Vinny Pazienza after this fight, after he beats Roberto Duran, but he's about to lose more than just a fight. He's about to lose his trunk.
Well, he's trying to catch Roberto Duran coming in, but the last time Todd knocked anybody out was a dozen fights ago. And for Roberto Duran, this fight has given him something to train for, with a question mark after the word train. Getting some. Roberto Duran, who steps in for the most part, minimizing his risk and trying to maximize his financial considerations, taking the safe fights here in Bay St. Louis, able to parlay that into a matchup against Vinny Pazienza, and made it close enough on that one particular night to parlay that into another fight. The rematch is scheduled for January 14th, we understand, in Atlantic City. And for that one, you know, Duran has a couple of months to get back into condition, into shape.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen him in this bad of condition. He has come back when we saw him against Jacques LeBlanc, Sean Fitzgerald, Tony Menifee, Terry Thomas. I mean, he was there playing the part, playing the role of a boxer. But now that fight is signed, I mean, this is what you see in aging fighters that you don't want them to come back. When they show up overweight, not sharp, not crisp, not taking their opponent serious. Todd throwing a few punches, but Todd's problem is he throws one shot and he holds on. With a fighter like Duran, you got to hit him with combinations. And they got to be fast, too. Todd, forgetting his fight plan.
said he saw that Pazienza fight. He said Duran was very strong. He's a strong fighter. He was slower than the old Duran and not as sharp.
Well, he's not going to be any faster or sharper tonight.
No. I wonder if it's still Heath, but he's hitting Heath. He's not any faster, but he's cracking Heath.
You know, earlier Duran talking about trying to keep in condition at this age, saying that he's actually taking better care of himself now. When he was younger, he had bad training habits, he partied a lot. He says he didn't want the public to look at him as an old man. This was many fights ago, but tonight, Roberto Duran is not being portrayed in a very favorable light, and one of the fans throwing not very happy with what they are seeing here.
Duran, but still scoring, landing with a good combination, but the heathen takes it with a smile and then throws a punch of his own. Not much power on that punch from Heath Todd. But that was a combination from Todd.
Realized back in Missouri, if he opened up a drinking establishment, they could call it the Heath Bar. So some of those things were starting to scribble down around this time, champ. 6-round action.
And you can come in for a Heath Toddy.
And this is where Roberto Duran ended the fight against Sean Fitzgerald, in a fight in which he did not look very impressive in the first 5 rounds. And now the dance is on, the hold by Heath Todd.
Yeah, trying to survive. Heath Todd got cracked in that last round. Trying to hold on, trying to wrestle a little bit.
Sean, tell me what Heath Todd is going through. Here's a guy who's basically a circuit fighter in the Midwest, and he steps in the ring tonight with a legend, albeit 43 years of age and really overweight from what we've seen Duran of late. What is this adjustment for Todd?
Well, the only thing Todd is wanting to do is get to the final bell. He wants to go the distance with Roberto Duran. There's a low blow from Duran. You know, when you're frustrated like Roberto is, in that you can't knock out the fighters like Heath Todd, sometimes you occasionally, out of frustration, go down too low.
But tell me,
it's Todd. This is why the wrestling. See the frustration in Heath and in Roberto. Both of them are upset about this performance. Heath is worried about getting hit. Roberto's upset that he's not able to knock out Heath Todd. You know, Roberto's heard the critics too, who say that the hands of stone have cracked. He's not as powerful as he once was.
Well, in the Duran fight, or rather in the Pazienza Duran fight, the hands of stone looked to turn into the legs of stone in the final 5 rounds, although Duran will not admit to that.
Good overhand right. And tying up, holding on. This is so frustrating. If you're Duran, see his left hand on your feet, you stand up maybe on your knees, and you can't hear the count. You can't pick up where the count is. If you're not looking at the inside, slugging it out toe-to-toe with a shorter man, and here's what happens when you do that. Watch the left hook. Boom, there's the one that did the damage. The second one just put him down.
Let's listen to the count.
When you hear voices, they fade in and out. If you're not watching the referee, and he was looking at his corner, Rafael was. He wasn't looking at the referee. He was looking at Joe Goosen.
Well, it was the referee, Elmo Adolph, who really wanted to wave that off. He got the opinion of the doctor, who kind of deferred to the referee, and Elmo Adolph.
And a dangerous poor showing.
All right, let's go up into the ring.
I need everybody over here. Ladies and gentlemen, upon the advice of the the ringside position, referee Elmo Adolph stops the bout on a technical knockout at the end of the 6th round. The winner by TKO, ready for one more shot at a coveted 5th world title. Put your hands together for el hijo de la República de Panamá, the son of Panama, and he is Roberto Duran.
Well, this will be a moment Heath Todd will never forget, embraced by his all-time hero, Roberto Duran, and a loser, but with a smile on his face. And we'll be talking to Heath Todd in the ring at the end of the fight when they embraced one another.
¿Qué tú le estabas diciendo al muchacho después de la pelea, después que le pasaste el brazo por arriba? ¿Qué le dijiste al muchacho?
Que él no podía ganar a Roberto Duran, que él perdió con un hombre 4 veces campeón del mundo, que él no me iba a ganar a mí de ninguna manera.
He said, you just told him you were never going to beat me, you know, you were fighting with a 4-time world champ, you know, you just weren't going to beat me.
So in other words, Roberto with the modest approach at the end of the